Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 9 a.m. Today is Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. This is the first day of a two-day meeting of the Physical Therapy Board of California. Today we are meeting in the Elderberry Room at California State University, Sacramento, 6016 J Street, Sacramento, California, 95819. This is an official business meeting of the Physical Therapy Board. The board's role remains to maintain consumer protection and consult with local and state entities on the laws and regulations pertaining to the physical therapy industry. We will take public comment on specific agenda items, and at the end of the meeting, there will be a comment session for items not on the agenda. Public comments must be specific to the agenda item that is being discussed. If you make a comment during a specific agenda item that is not related to that topic, you will be directed to hold your comments until we reach the appropriate agenda item. All comments that do not directly relate to an item on the agenda should be held until the agenda item for items not on the agenda. The board follows the Open Meeting Act, so while we accept and appreciate the public's comments, we cannot respond to those comments. This meeting is being recorded, and minutes of the meeting will be prepared. Can we please have roll call?
Tanya McMillian.
Present.
Dale Armstrong. Dale Armstrong is absent. Karen Brandon.
Present.
Katarina Ellaby. Katarina Ellaby is absent. Samuel Q.
Present.
Alicia Benayemen.
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Dale Armstrong and Katarina Ellaby, and the board has a quorum.
Thank you. May we please ask Dr. Sharon Brandon to read the board's mission statement?
The board mission statement is to advance and protect the interests of the people of California by the effective administration of the Physical Therapy Practice Act.
Thank you. So we'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting today, and we will get started with agenda item 4, special business.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to proceed with the petition matter that's scheduled for hearing, and the record for that petition will start now. We're on the record before the Physical Therapy Board of California, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. We're here in the matter of the petition for reinstatement that was filed by Charu Dave, spelled C-H-A-R-U, Dave, D-A-V-E. The agency case number is 1D2013-74030, and the OAH case number is 2024-071-028. My name is Wim Van Rooyen. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings for the State of California, and I've been assigned to preside over this matter today. Today's date is September 17th, 2024. Noticed for hearing at 9 a.m. It's approximately 9:03 a.m. We are conducting this hearing in person. We just had a roll call taken for the board on the record, and I will let the record reflect that there's a quorum of the board present to hear this petition. May I please have the appearance start of the Attorney General?
Thank you. Good morning. Deputy Attorney General Aaron Lent.
Good morning to you, Mr. Lent, and then for the petitioner.
Francis Heredia.
Good morning, Ms. Heredia. Thank you. And does co-counsel wish to enter an appearance?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Seamus, Seamus & Associates, and thank you, board members, for hearing us. Not on? Okay. The white button? Now it is green. There we go.
All right, would you like to state your appearance one more time? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Francis Heredia.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Seamus, Seamus & Associates for Charu Dave, the petitioner.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Heredia. Good morning, Mr. Seamus, and good morning, Ms. Dave. Thank you so much. And I mispronounced your name earlier. My apologies. Now I'll know better. In terms of the proceeding today, how we'll proceed, first I'll have the Deputy Attorney General will provide us with a procedural history of the case, and we'll introduce the petition packet and materials for us. You can do that in whichever order you prefer. Mr. Lent. And then after that, the petitioner will have an opportunity. If counsel wishes to make an opening statement, you may do so. After that, petitioner will testify, make a presentation under oath as to why she believes the petition should be granted. The petitioner may also call other witnesses to testify. And then the petitioner and any witnesses would be subject to questioning by the Deputy Attorney General as well as the board members. The board today is particularly concerned with the rehabilitation that the petitioner may have engaged in. I'll just remind everyone that the board has had the benefit of reading our petition package, so there's no need for you to repeat everything that's in there. You can assume that everything will be read and considered, but you can certainly highlight any particular portions that you deem appropriate. After the hearing, we will go into a closed session, and the board will deliberate on the petition. You won't be receiving a decision orally today at the hearing, but you'll receive a decision in the mail at some point in the future. Any questions about any of that, Mr. Lent?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
What about you, Ms. Heredia or Mr. Simmons?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll, yes.
They're asking us to turn up your microphone a little bit, or maybe get that a little bit closer.
How is that? Is that perfect? All right. At this time, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Lent, to present the procedural history and the exhibits for the petition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deputy Attorney General Aaron Lent. I am appearing today on behalf of the Attorney General's Office of the State of California. I'm here to assist both Your Honor and panel members in this fact-finding hearing this morning. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest and to ensure that both Your Honor and panel members have an adequate information in order to make an informed decision in today's petition hearing. I would first ask for your brief indulgences and request a following edit by interlineation. The exhibit index that is in front of the exhibit packet has a heading and the name of the case in which it indicates that the matter is a petition for penalty relief, reinstatement of a revoked license. It should correctly read reinstatement of a surrendered license, and I would ask that that interlineation correction be made at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That request is granted. It will be a petition for reinstatement of a surrendered license as opposed to a revoked license. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to go through each of the exhibits. I will identify both the number, a quick summary of what is contained in the exhibits. I did speak with counsel informally prior to today's hearing. I do not anticipate any objections to any of the exhibits being offered and entered into evidence this morning.
Thank you, and that makes sense. So you can just go through all of them, and then I'll collectively ask you whether there's any objection. And if you wish to identify anything specific, you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll begin with exhibit number 1, which is just the jurisdictional and certified documents. They are contained within pages 1 through 59, regardless of the Bates stamp letters in front of it. Those contain the certified decision and order, as well as the stipulated surrender and accusation in case number 1D 2013743030. The certified decision and order in the matter of the petition for termination of probation in what is identified as OAH case number N-9609118. The certified decision and order, stipulated settlement and accusation in case number D as in dog 4893. The certified physical therapy probation case file number 96020289, and today's notice of hearing along with a proof of service. Exhibit number 2 is the petition for penalty relief. It is identified on Bates stamp number pages 60 through 283. The petition for penalty relief includes the cost recovery invoices and receipts from petitioner, a cover letter by petitioner's counsel, the petition for reduction of penalty, declarations and letters of support, continuing education and certificates, petitioner's narrative statement, as well as the decision and order and stipulated surrender in case number 1D 2013743030, the decision order in the matter of the petition for termination of probation in OAH case number N-960914, 118, the decision and order and stipulated settlement and accusation in case number D as in dog 4893, the petitioner's curriculum vitae, and petitioner's first live scan request. Exhibit number 3 is identified as the Physical Therapy Board Investigative Petition Report. That is contained on pages 284 to 306, and that is the probation monitor Monty Martin's petition for reduction of penalty report from the Physical Therapy Board. And finally, exhibit number 4 is petitioner's witness and exhibit list with attachments. That is contained on pages 307 to 448. It contains a witness and exhibit list. It contains exhibits and attachments which are duplicative of exhibit number 2. It also contains a supplemental declaration by petitioner with an attached exhibit. And lastly, it includes petitioner's second live scan request and receipt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lent. Is there any objection to admission of the exhibits that Mr. Lent just summarized for us?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the exhibits are admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. In today's hearing, Ms. Davi has petitioned for penalty relief seeking a reinstatement of her surrendered license. Before allowing Ms. Davi to present her case for penalty relief, I would first like to provide a brief background concerning the petitioner's disciplinary history. On or about February 14th of 1977, this board issued a physical therapy license number 7968 to the petitioner. On August 28, 1992, an accusation number D as in dog -4893 was filed against the petitioner, alleging that a 23-count felony criminal complaint was filed against her for operating a physical therapy clinic that over the course of approximately 3 years fraudulently billed insurance companies for physical therapy treatments which were never rendered. The petitioner's practice included the fraudulent wholesale alteration of patient files and the filing of claims for physical therapy appointments, which had been completely fabricated. The petitioner was charged with 5 counts of presenting a false or fraudulent claim for the payment of a loss under a contract for insurance purposes, 5 counts of making or presenting a writing in support of a false or fraudulent claim for insurance payments, 1 count of grand theft, 6 counts of presenting a false or fraudulent claim for the payment of insurance, and 6 counts of making a writing with the intent to use it in support of a false or fraudulent claim. Accusation number D-4893 also alleged that petitioner pled no contest to 5 of those counts of unlawfully preparing a writing with the intent to present or use the writings in support of a false or fraudulent claim for the payment of a loss under a contract of insurance. Pursuant to petitioner's criminal conviction, she was placed on 3 years of criminal probation and ordered to complete 300 hours of volunteer work in physical therapy. She was also ordered to pay restitution to various insurance companies that she had defrauded in the amount of $30,000 and reimbursed the Department of Insurance for over $100,000. On April 8th of 1994, the Physical Therapy Board adopted the stipulation and waiver with an effective date of March 9th, 1994. The stipulation and waiver provided that petitioner provided and admitted the specific facts alleged therein and agreed to have her license revoked but stayed, and was placed on 5 years of probation with a 90-day suspension as well as several terms and conditions of probation. 2 years later, on or about May 14th of 1996, the petitioner filed a petition for early termination of her probation in case number OAH N-9609118. That petition matter was heard on October 23rd of 1996. The determination of the board was to deny the petition for early termination of probation, but rather reduce her probationary term from 5 years to approximately 3.5 years, with an anticipated end date of October 23rd of 1997. According to the board's certified probation file, case number 96-02-0289, there does not appear to be any indication of a noncompliance. On February 27th of 2015, accusation number 1D-2013743030 was filed against petitioner, alleging that the petitioner failed to document physical therapy aides work in 4 different patient charts that moisturizing cleansing jars were left open in treatment areas, that petitioner had failed to have staff properly wear name tags, failed to properly display physical therapy licenses, failed to post the Form NTC 12-01 in a visible patient area, failed to maintain patient records with signed patient acknowledgments, and failed to chart patient diagnoses on inpatient medical records, as well as failing to document the care provided to those 4 patients on multiple dates in 2013. On August 6 of 2015, the Physical Therapy Board adopted the stipulated surrender and license and order of petition with an effective date of September 7, 2015. The stipulation and surrender provided that the petitioner agreed that the charges and allegation contained in accusation number 1D-2013-74030 shall be deemed true, correct, and fully admitted. The petitioner also agreed to pay the board its costs of investigation and enforcement in the amount of $12,234.50 prior to the filing of an application for a new licensure or petition for reinstatement. As of February 22nd of 2024, the $12,234.50 cost recovery amount has been paid in full by petitioner. On or about February 29th of this year, petitioner filed her petition for penalty relief, seeking a reinstatement of her surrendered license. I believe that accurately summarizes the matter as of today's date. As this is a petition for the reinstatement of her surrendered license, it is petitioner's burden to demonstrate she is both rehabilitated by clear and convincing evidence. Therefore, I have nothing further to add at this time, but I do reserve the right to cross-examine the petitioner or call her as a witness if she does not choose to testify before making my recommendation. Petitioner's counsel has provided and identified a witness list in this matter, and those witnesses are Chris Masato Otto and Hitan Davi as testifying witnesses in today's hearing. Pursuant to that, I move that these and any other witnesses be excluded until called to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lent. Before we move on to that matter, I just wanted to also, I neglected to mention that we are recording this proceeding via webcast for purposes of creating the record, and I just want to make sure that I have consent from all parties to proceed since we don't have an actual human court reporter today. Do you consent to creating the record and proceeding through the webcast as the record in this matter, Mr. Lent?
Yes, I have no objection.
And what about you, Ms. Heredia?
No objection.
Thank you very much. Okay. And then as to the matter of witnesses, did you wish to respond to that, Ms. Heredia, at witness exclusion?
I can respond. We have no objection to that, but this is a petition for reinstatement, so it's a little bit different than a contested accusation hearing. So if they don't need to be excluded, it would be most helpful and expeditious to not repeat things. But again, there's declarations of everybody and there's petition documents for everything. So I don't think it's as compelling, Your Honor, to exclude in this situation as others, and I think it may help expedite, but if Your Honor thinks it's best to exclude, that would be fine. I just need to know where they would go as well, because we're not sure. Maybe outside.
All right. Mr. Lent, any final words on that?
No, Your Honor, just that the line of questioning pursuant to my cross-examination of what I anticipate will be the petitioner, followed thereby her witnesses, will essentially allude them to a line of questioning and cross-examination that they may not necessarily be prepared for. And so that's why I'm asking that they be
No,
excluded.
I agree. I think it's best that we do things by the book. So I'm going to have ask the witnesses be excluded until they testify. What is the order that you intend to call the witnesses in?
Your Honor, Ms. Dave will testify first, then Mr. Ota, or then Mr. Ota, then Mr. Dave.
All
who's
right.
The brother, because the name's the same, we'll just clear that up right now. Mr. Dave is petitioner's brother, and he'll be last. So
I
there's 3
see.
witnesses.
I see. All right. So the other 2 witnesses, are they present in the room right now, I'm assuming?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, could we ask them to step outside at this time? They can wait outside. Looks like there's some tables and chairs out there. Make yourselves comfortable, and I'll have counsel come call you as soon as we're ready for you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. It's nothing personal. We're just trying to follow the rules of procedure. Thank you. All right, the record can reflect that both witnesses have exited the room, so thank you very much. Counsel, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have been asked to turn this up, and I'll bring it closer, so for the sound person and recording, I'm trying to do that. First of all, thank you, Your Honor, for being here, and to the board members, thank you for your busy schedule. I see your agenda and got a couple things going on, so we appreciate your time. We'll try not to repeat what's in the written materials, as His Honor said, and we are going to offer 3 witnesses today. Deputy Attorney General Lent has accurately stated the procedural posture of Ms. Dave's physical therapy career, but within that there is much context about her life and who she is, and what inspired her to be a healthcare provider in India, where she was born and raised, and she will testify about that. She will testify about an arranged marriage that led her to the United States and her schooling and education. And the most important thing she'll testify about is, how these transgressions have began and impacted her life and how they occurred. The accusation that took place in 1995 and the conviction, she will describe how an attorney approached her to refer injured, underprivileged workers who did not have access to care, and that she was trying to help. And she will give detail as to that situation and how it blew up. She will also testify about how she responded. She pled guilty, got her criminal conviction reduced, her probation shortened, her physical therapy board probation shortened, and she will prove how she can be trusted by the board to comply with whatever the board's wishes and requirements are if she is permitted to return to the practice that she loves. The first accusation situation, albeit 30-some years old, like the one in 2015, was related to a family tragedy, which she will detail, surrounding the death of her father, and how she was a single mom raising her 2 children along with her mother and father, who are very important parts of your life in Indian culture, which she will explain as well. She returned to practice after that and practiced for 20 years until 2015, until such time as her mother fell ill, which she will detail, and distracted her. And if you notice the causes for discipline in the 2015 accusation, I don't know if this is a real term or not, but they're distracted physical therapying. She wasn't paying attention when you don't post the sign that you're supposed to post, and when you're not documenting your aids like you're supposed to post. So she never, because she surrendered her license, she's never responded to those charges, and she will explain to you all today how that happened and how she got in that situation. It was basically because she was the primary caregiver of her mother, who was dying, to her own health detriment and hospitalization, and she just wasn't on her game practicing for this reason. And that's why she surrendered her license and stipulated and gave it up and didn't fight. So she will go through that with you as well today. Ever since that time, 2015, 2016, she has been incomplete. And you will hear about her skill sets, her practice areas, how she's volunteered with other practices. She is not complete until she gets back to physical therapy, which she's practiced for over 30 years, almost 40 years, deducting the amounts of time that she was out. She also will testify about how she's a different person, even as recently as 2024, based upon her spiritual trip to India, where she finally reconciled her grief about the loss of her parents. The loss of her parents is not obvious from the Deputy Attorney General's procedural recount of how we got here today, but it is absolutely all over this case in every way. And one of the plans on a petition for reinstatement is to show you who she is, and she's going to achieve that today. The final thing she will talk about is her plans for future practice. She's willing to do whatever the board needs her to do to return to practice. She's willing to accept probation, and she has lined up many alternatives and avenues of returning to work in a supervised fashion, not running her own practice, things like that. She's also a different person emotionally, spiritually, than she's ever been before, and you will see that. We have two other witnesses. Ms. Dave will testify first. We have the testimony of Chris Ota and Hitain Dave. Hitain we'll start with him. He's her brother. Obviously known her forever, right? He is a physical therapist, and he runs very successful clinics in the Bay Area. He has employed her before. He knows her work. I'm an only child, so I can't really speak to the whole situation of your brother, but if your brother thinks you're a good physical therapist and you're his sister, that sounds like a vote of confidence to me. But he will lay out his observations of how she's changed. His mother passed away too, that she was taken care of. He will talk about that. He is willing to employ her. He will talk about that with an independent supervisor at one of his clinics, so he's not her boss, but someone else is. She's willing to do that, and the same with Mr. Ota. Mr. Ota is a colleague and friend of the family, also a practicing physical therapist. They're the two that have written the letters of support under the Physical Therapy Practice Act in support of Ms. Dave, so it's only appropriate you hear from both of them. And he's willing to employ her as well, and she's approached by podiatrists, physicians, and others. So she has many job opportunities where she will be safe to practice and can ensure the board that the public is protected, and as you'll also hear, share her wealth of knowledge and information over practicing almost 40 years of physical therapy as a mentor, as a treater. I think you will learn that she's pretty amazing if you haven't already from the written materials. So we appreciate your indulgence. Our first witness is Ms. Dave, and we would like to call her, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Simmons.
Where would you like her to sit, Your Honor? I'm not clear.
That is a very good question.
I can rearrange my table and give her my mic if that is
Why don't
doable.
we do that if that's all
Yes,
right?
sir.
Thank you.
That might be a harder thing than I offered, but I will get to it. I'm going to turn this off so I don't deafen any. Do we have Slack, Your Honor, for me to pull this?
I don't believe you do.
I don't think so.
No, it's taped
Yes,
to the
please.
center.
That's okay, I can switch, we can switch people. Whatever you'd like. The sound person is the boss, I'll sit, you can pull it further now? Okay, we're okay. Chairman, go ahead. You can just sit there, Francis, we're good. Ready?
Fantastic. Okay, great. Once you're comfortable, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me, and I'll swear you in.
Yes, I'm
Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dave. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have two mics? Can this one go over just?
Like to allow them for me to, I then have to reconnect the cables. We can turn up the volume too on the bass. It'll catch more of the sound.
It's very directional stuff. If bass is there, it'll be better.
Okay, thank you. Just yell at us if there's a problem.
Yes, just let us know if it's not coming through appropriately. All right. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Okay, my name is Charu Dave, C-H-A-R-U. The last name is D-A-V-E.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dave. Just a couple things before you start your testimony. It's important to speak loudly and clearly so that the record can be captured through the recordings. You're doing great. Just keep that up. Also try and speak slowly because some of us are taking notes while you're testifying, so it helps us if you don't go too fast. We also try and avoid speaking over each other. And in a question-answer format, that happens easily, that you think you know what the question's asking and you jump in and answering it. Please try and wait till the question's completely done before you start your answer, and I'll make sure that the attorneys wait until your answer's done before they ask their next question. If you get asked any question today that's vague, ambiguous, you don't understand it, just let us know. We can get it clarified or rephrased for you. But if you do answer a question, I will assume you understood it and that we can rely on your answer in helping us decide the case. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn you over first to your counsel, and then after that, Mr. Lent may have questions for you, and the board members may have questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I don't think we'll talk over each other because we're sharing a mic, so we have to pass it back and forth. Ms. Davi, can you please start by explaining to the board how you became interested in healthcare growing up in India?
I was born in a family that was very dedicated to nature cure. I have two uncles who were naturopathic doctors. When I was little, I just thought they were doctors, but then I now understand that they were not MD medical doctors, but they were ND naturopathic doctors, whereby they treated patients by using natural means and breathing, but a lot of it was food. And so early on in my life, being a vegetarian, I learned the importance of food and how it affects health, and saw patients getting better. And that really got me interested in treating patients or working with patients, not using medicine, but naturopathic remedies. And physical therapists seem to be the alternative to medical school. So that's what I did. And my mother was a holistic massage practitioner that did that when I was very young, and actually helped with the income by doing that work. So I know what hands-on care is from a very, very young age, and the importance of touching and the healing effect of it. So I got into that, and then India at that time had a lot of polio. So when I would walk on the streets to go to college, it was all walking. There were no using cars or even buses to save money. And I would see polio kids on the street. And it just didn't make any sense to me, because I know there was a polio vaccine, and yet there were all these kids I saw. And then I also saw patients with leprosy on the streets. And I thought that was just in the movies. You know, I went to a Catholic school, and I remember seeing movies, and I didn't realize it was all over India on the streets of Bombay, which is where I grew up. And that made my intent of really learning physical therapy, different techniques to help these physical deformities in patients. And so that's how I got interested and went to PT school. When everybody wants their kids to be doctors in India, and physical therapy was just kind of unheard of, but I was the first one in my entire area of the Bombay part I lived in that went to physiotherapy school.
Thank you. When did you first come to the United States and then California?
I came to the United States actually as a teenager. I was 19. I just graduated from PT school at a very young age. And then there was a exchange of foreign physical therapists, and I was invited to work in Cleveland, Ohio at a very sophisticated rehab unit for a year as an exchange therapist. And so I landed from Bombay to Cleveland and worked for a whole year. This was in 1970, and I worked as a physical therapist and learned a lot of rehabilitation techniques, which I did not possess those skills. All I knew was evaluation from my very didactic Indian education, but I had never actually sat in a car 3 times, and here I had to do evaluation for handicapped patients to be able to ride cars that have different adjustments made in the car, and it was just a really difficult but a very exciting learning time for me. Worked with quadriplegics, paraplegics, concussion, diving accident patients. Had a Kent University, I don't know if you all remember the Vietnam War era and all those, and I actually treated a patient that became quadriplegic from the gunshot. So it was a very interesting time of my life, and I was just 20 and learned a lot. And then from then on, I worked at Mount Sinai for a year, and then I went to get a graduate degree at University Hospitals in Cleveland. And I went there, and that's where I got a master's in early childhood education and child development. And I worked with kids. I wanted a wide array of knowledge. So I had my rehab, Mount Sinai was my acute, and then my University Hospitals was my rainbow babies and children, worked with kids, had interesting diagnosis, never seen a failure to thrive as a medical diagnosis that a PT had to treat, where I learned again what my mother taught me, that touch is the greatest medicine, and these children had never been held. And anyway, I don't want to talk about my patients and my kids there, but it was really a learning experience. For the first time, we had a whole ward of cystic fibrosis, and I didn't know PT could help in cystic fibrosis, and so I learned that, postural drainage. So it was just an amazing time, and in the meantime, the university paid for me to go get my degree at Case Western, and so it was really great. And so I had got my degree there. And then I had an arranged marriage in 1976 to a man that lived in California, and I got married in 76 and moved to California, and got my license in the state of California, and landed my very first job at Kaiser, which was so blessed to get such amazing learning institution jobs. I did not know anything about manual therapy. I did not know how to treat quickly, effectively. I was just always in a university setting, just showing off, treating, having students and walking around with doctors, training doctors and PT students. And here I was at Kaiser, Santa Clara, where I learned everything I was able to use in my private practice. It was just a monumental time. It's for the first time where all these new things were discovered. Extension in lumbar, which was always flexion, and TMJ, and manual therapy. I was just in learning heaven. And so that was until 1980. And that's when I moved to Fremont, quit Kaiser, and I went to work at Washington Hospital, near to my home. And then I stayed there for a year. I was very unhappy with my practice there because none of my amazing skills that I had learned at Kaiser I was able to use any of that. It was very routine, just getting patients up from bed and walking them. And so I decided I needed to be more effective as a therapist from all the skills I knew, and decided to start my own private practice. And so I could see outpatients and treat with the skills I had acquired. So that's when I started East Bay Physical Therapy.
All All right, make sure we do question and answer, because the other side has a chance to object, and it'll proceed a little bit better that way, if you don't mind, okay? East Bay PT, and that was what year? And please describe that practice and your patients and how you got patients at that practice, if you would, but the year first.
So I started East Bay Physical Therapy, I think in 81 or 82, I can't remember exactly. And it was just a very unheard of thing for a woman to have a private practice. If you can see, my two references are males. It's physical therapy in private practice in the 70s and 80s was totally dominated by men. And in Fremont, especially, for a woman, and that too, a woman of color, a minority woman, to start private practice was just unheard of. And so I and at that time, the only way you got referrals was by getting referrals from doctors. You could not advertise like chiropractors could. There were a lot of unspoken restrictions then on our profession. And so the only way I could get business was to go talk to doctors. And I was not welcome because the male physical therapists had bonded already with the doctors. And the only way they would work with me is if they could own me, and they point blank said there were a group of neurosurgeons who did not have their own PT, group of orthopedic surgeons who did not have their own PT, and they said, oh, why don't your business be part of mine, and that way they can make profit from all the referrals they sent me. And I had said that that is totally against my APTA code of conduct, and I cannot do that. And I did not agree to be part of the groups. They went ahead and opened physical therapy clinics anyway. And so from then on, I had to struggle for every patient I could get. So that was my journey.
What was the APTA rule that you were talking about that you were not wanting to break when they were wanting referrals? What's your understanding of it?
My understanding was that a physician cannot financially benefit from making referrals to a physical therapist. And they outright, openly wanted to do that in any form, either direct employment, which they knew that wasn't going to happen because I had already set up a private practice. So thus they wanted to join like a joint venture, and that was totally against, so that was them profiting from my work, and I think that was totally against the conduct, the code for PT.
Thank you. What was your family situation at the time when you were trying to develop your own practice at East Bay?
So I had gotten a divorce from my husband. I had two little sons. My one son was only 2, and the other one was 5, 6, can't remember. And which is again a very unheard of thing in the 80s for an Indian girl to get a divorce. Till my aunt died, she thought I was married. And I'd go to India and she'd introduce me like that. So it was a very shameful thing, but I had to do that. And I was able to survive and not run back to India with my 2 boys is because my parents agreed to help me raise my 2 sons. And so my mother and father moved in with me and helped me raise my children. And so I was doing all that and trying to get a practice so that I could financially be independent.
And during that time when you were trying to develop your practice, were you approached by somebody with a business referral proposal?
Yes, I is so much at a loss trying to go to all these doctors and not getting the patients. So it's interesting. There were a few female doctors that sent me patients that knew me from the hospital. And then, but my practice was very, very thin. At that time, I was approached by an attorney that came into my office because I had a gorgeous office set up right by the Fremont BART station. And you could just walk down into it. You can see the BART train from my office. And so came into my office and said that he had a whole bunch of patients that were in Oakland, and it was right off the BART station from Oakland, and that they were not getting care there because these patients did not have insurance, and that if I accepted the lien, that I would eventually get paid, and that they would help me. I had never worked with lien patients before, that they would help me to do all the paperwork, do all the billing, manage that patient population. So that is how I got very interested in that flow of patients, whereby I did not literally have to beg and be ridiculed by the Fremont physicians.
So what happened next after you, after the attorney approached you about these patients?
So that was in 1988, and that was exactly the time my father died, and he was the male figure in my boy's life. And
You go ahead.
And so I was hardly paying attention to what was going on in my office. And continued working. Just my body was there, my mind was there because I was sharp as a PT, so I knew what I was doing as a PT, but not very altogether. And then a couple of years later, 3 years I think later, the police show up at my office. It's 4 or 5 people, and they closed my office down. That's when the first time I realized that I was in trouble. I thought they were there for donation. I was just totally clueless, and so my practice then thus got closed down, I think in '92, and that's when the accusation was started, and I hired a criminal attorney to help me. Yeah.
Let's start first with the criminal case. What you hired a criminal attorney, and how did you go about resolving the criminal case, and why, please?
So this was such a shock to me that the stress and you know, when you look at the fear factor, the divorce was like nothing facing the Indian society compared to this, because this was very, very shameful for me, and I was just really scared. And then to top it all off, my ex-husband took advantage of this time to try to get custody of the 2 boys who were totally estranged from their father. And so I had everything wrong happening at that time. And I just told my attorney then that I wanted to just plead guilty and just take whatever punishment they gave me and just go on with my life, because I just didn't want anyone in town or in my family or my friends to find out about it. So that's what I did.
And did you end up with some sort of criminal probation?
Yes, I had a 90-day suspension and 5 years of probation.
So I think you're talking about the accusation. So before we get to the accusation from the Physical Therapy Board, how did you resolve the criminal case? Did you get criminal probation, and how did you complete that? If you remember.
I don't understand the difference between criminal and the PT board. I just know about the PT part.
Do you remember being put on criminal probation and completing that early?
Yes,
And then thereafter, you got an accusation from the PT board, which is what you were talking about, is that right?
yes.
And the accusation then, did you fight it and contest it?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I just did not have, you're talking about the one in 90?
95, 96.
Yeah, 90. I just did not have the strength. Actually, my attorney did recommend that I go to trial because he said that he had spoken to the patients, that they would come there, but I just did not want to do that. I just wanted to say I'm guilty and proceed ahead.
And a minute ago, I think you said you got 90-day suspension and 5 years probation. Is that your understanding of what the outcome of the Physical Therapy Board settlement was?
That is correct.
And did you complete that settlement, and what did you do next about your probation?
So I sold my practice, and when my probation started, I went to work for my brother, and I followed all the terms. I had initially like a weekly and then maybe like a monthly meeting with my probation officer right there in Fremont. And we were completely in touch, and I told him everything that I was doing. And so I completed my probation, and then my attorney asked for a reduction, and I was able to get 2 years reduced from my probation time. So that way my license was free again.
So do you remember going to a hearing and testifying before an administrative law judge to get your probation reduced?
I'll be very honest, everything is so hazy about that time. I don't really remember. I've like completely blocked that part of my life out. I think I must have. I don't know.
That's okay. So after you got your probation reduced and your license was reinstated, just refresh your recollection that you got 2 years knocked off and you had 1 more year to complete probation.
Yes, I do remember that.
And thank you, counsel, for letting me lead the witness a little bit, especially in light of the microphone situation. Did you complete that last year of probation?
Yes, I did.
After your license was free and clear, are we at about 1996?
That's correct.
What did you do next as far as your practice?
So I started a new practice called Preferred Rehab Physical Therapy. But it was the same town, same situation, same people. It was the 90s, but not a whole lot different from the 80s. And so I reinvented myself and decided not to directly go to doctors for business or patients, but I decided to become specialized. I already had the manual skills. I learned about industrial medicine, how to relate to the actual setup in different industries, and actually I had a contract with NUMMI, which was Toyota, GM, combination right in Fremont, the Leslie Salt Company, there was a candy company in Hayward. I went to all these places and tried to be their physical therapist to reduce injuries. And I learned how to work with patients' hands and wrists to prevent carpal tunnel. Repetitive strain injury was very big then because computers had just come about. And I learned all that, and I was able to help patients. And it was good because the doctors then had to send patients to me because the employer wanted them to send the patients to me. So it was a better time.
And is that what you did for about 20 years, from 96 to about 2015?
Yes, I did. And when Tesla opened up, I tried to get them to give me a contract, and they would not.
Okay, so is there anything else related to your practice between 96 and 2015 when this newer accusation that brings us here today occurred? Is there anything else with your practice you want to report on?
Yes. By then, my two sons were out of the home. They were in college. I was living there alone with my mother, and she basically ran my home while I worked, which has always been the case. And I was unable to see any symptoms of dementia, Alzheimer's setting in on her because, to be honest, I did not have that knowledge. Only now that I have taken all these courses, that is 10 years later, but maybe her symptoms even started 15 years ago, which is what I'm learning now. I had no idea. It is when a physician friend who came by our home to enjoy my mom's cooking called me at my office and said that I should not leave my mom alone because she loves to cook, that she will burn down the house because he had noticed that she had signs of dementia. And I was at work. It's when I first found out, and then started my downward spiraling, having to cope with my mother having dementia, coming to terms with her Alzheimer's. And I just did not pay attention to little things in my practice. I took care of my patients. To me, just patient welfare seemed everything. And that's where I made, apparently, these mistakes. So that's what happened in 2015.
And by mistakes, are you talking about what happened in the accusation you got about that time?
Yes, so when I got those accusations, by the time the board had sent me the list of those accusations, I was almost at home, and I decided, I didn't even read in detail, in depth, and try to understand what it is they were saying, because it seemed like there was, my license was not in the waiting room, my form NC, something was not there, my Abilene massage, it's actually a cream that didn't have the jar closed. I only have one PT aide, did not have her name tag. It was in the drawer, it was not on her. And I did not document that my aide had set up the patient on hot packs. From my billing mistake, I had absolutely learned that I document everything I do with my patient that I'm charging for. And so I had told the board that since I don't charge for hot packs, I didn't say that the aide did the hot packs, which I now understand is incorrect after having taken all my courses. that anything the aide does patient-related has to be documented. And then I remember the charts they picked, the second page, which was, in those days we hand wrote all our charts. The first page had everything on it, where it was my evaluation, but the second page, where the progress notes were on, I did not have the diagnosis written on top, which is what the law is, that each page needs to have the name of the patient, which I had, but I didn't have the diagnosis on each page. So that was missing, and these were all mistakes that could have been so easily corrected and rectified. And had I, at that time, addressed it, but I just was, to be very honest, so frustrated by these accusations that I just said, I'm just going to not be a PT anymore, go home, take care of my mom. And it was pretty unfortunate, because when I stayed at home with my mom, with her Alzheimer's, she kept saying, "Why aren't you going to work? Why are you staying at home with me?" And it was really hard. Like, I had no work to go to, she didn't want me home. It was a pretty tragic time, but anyway, that's what happened.
Is that why you did not fight the accusation and you settled it by surrendering?
Yeah, I actually just DocuSigned the document that my attorney gave me, and I didn't even talk to her about helping me with a comeback resolution of these mistakes, and I just walked away.
And you were just describing for the board these mistakes. Is that because you've reflected on them since the time, or did you reflect on them at the time you got the accusation?
No, I did not at all reflect about it at that time. At that time, it seemed so monumental and great that I have all these accusations, and here I thought I was a great PT trying so hard, despite everything going on at home. So I only reflected on it in the last couple of years, where I read it again, and that's when it became clear to me that I need to rectify these by just having more knowledge about this. And 10 years later is this wonderful age of electronic medical records, whereby nothing goes further without you completing the previous step. So I am so grateful for that.
When you reflected on these charges, I think you testified a minute ago, they were so correctable or silly or whatever, I forget what language you used. Why do you think, when you looked back years later, they were so correctable?
Because it was my lack of following through on things that I was aware of. I was actually a CI. I actually had mentored foreign-trained physical therapists, students from PTA school, never a licensed PT school. But I knew all these rules. But the year 2015, 2014, I was not the same Charu that was at the top of my game when I had all these students, when I had so many physical therapists in my practice. At that time, I was pretty much the only one, and one aide.
So after surrendering your license and agreeing to not fight that accusation, what have you been doing since approximately 2015?
So since that time, the first few years were pretty much spent in trying to come to terms with helping my mother. I personally got sick, had to go to the emergency room, unable to deal with her hostility of me being around her all the time. That's when I decided to hire full-time care for my mother, and I supervised them, so I was not directly giving her care. And that freed me up a little bit more. So that was like 3-4 years later when I started looking at physical therapy again. During that time, I even went to a retirement specializing psychotherapist at Stanford to help me live happily ever after, but that did not work. She just said, why don't you find time to volunteer? And so I did homeless shelters, I did food banks, but it just did not make me feel like I had a purpose in my life. That was not me. I just missed helping around patients. And so I started my journey trying to slowly get back into physical therapy and volunteering at places.
What steps did you take when you decided you want to return to physical therapy during that time?
So a couple of years ago, maybe even last year, when I was very hopeful that I do have a very good chance of being a physical therapist again, having purpose in my life, having structure, with my children raised and gone out of the home with their own families, that I started taking courses. I have taken close to 54 courses with 120 continuing education units, have studied the up-to-date information starting from the APTA, documentation, ethics, requirements, knowledge, even a course on what is the requirement of evaluating a patient out in the community, which was just a very eye-opening, a course in ethnocentric, which was just a very difficult one to pass. I thought that since I was a minority, for me to be sensitive to other cultures, I was going to pass this course, but it was not like that. It was just, so I did a lot of education from APTA, CPTA courses to specializing in geriatric certification, which is where I did the most courses, which included the mental health, the advances in dementia, Alzheimer's, and then stroke rehab, which was different from the time when I was familiar with the Kaiser stroke rehab techniques. This was very different and new. And then the lower extremities and the upper extremities specialization certificate courses, my time in a occupational therapist, hand therapist clinic, that I was able to tie my hand knowledge, refresh it, which I used a lot of in my last years of PT practice. And then I felt I was very well-rounded for any kind of job. The last one was dizziness, which was like an amazing course whereby I was a vestibular rehab therapist, and I thought dizziness was, boom, just all inner ear. And this last course was from, I think, UCLA or some university down in the South, whereby I learned that it could just be in the brain, and that it is the mental understanding that these patients who have chronic dizziness that fall all the time. So anyway, I learned a lot, and I feel I am ready for any kind of employment.
Did you include all your continuing education in your petition, or have you done any after that we need to update?
Yes, I have done a few after, and I am going this coming weekend to the APTA conference in Burlingame and hope to get 20 plus units there. So I'm really excited about that. I am already an APTA member because I was a member before, so they just activated my membership even though I don't have a license. So yes.
Did you volunteer at any physical therapy clinics during this time period?
Yes, I did. I volunteered at different settings and saw how things were done so correctly different from when I got my accusation in 2015, and I learned a lot. Yes.
What have you, so do you remember submitting your petition in February of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. What have you been doing since then to prepare yourself to return to practice?
So at that time, I felt I was pretty well-rounded as far as my education and readiness to go back to work. And I was waiting for an appointment with the board, and found out that it would not be till this September. So all these years, maybe last 10, 15 years, I had never really traveled. And so I decided to go to India and go back to my religious, spiritual roots, and just bring a closure to my parents' death, bring a closure to the circle that started with me at 19, leaving India, leaving Bombay to what India was all about today. And it was not all Bombay, because that's all I knew. And so I traveled to these ancient temples from way up north to Rishikesh, where all the Westerners go for yoga and meditation, to way down south of India in Mysore. And I got to see the breadth of Indian Hindu religion, which sadly I was never connected to. I was just a PT scientist, just learning new courses. And but these temples, meeting all the different gurus, doing meditation with them, breathing, put my life in perspective, and I feel that I am a much wiser and more calm person today. I just wish I had this insight about life 10 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago, in 92 when my father died, and thus not reacted the way I did. But I was immature then, and I feel that because of my journey to India, I am so better equipped to work with end-of-life patients, with patients with dementia, but not so much with the patients, because that is still PTSD for me, but working with their families. If I were to do any therapy at home, I could be very comforting to the family, because I understand what I went through. And so that's what I learned there. And then I went, that was in the spring, and then in early summer, I took a trip which was 5 times canceled because of my mother's illnesses, from Paris to Barcelona. And it's been a dream of mine since I was 25. I finally thought I should do it before I get to work as a PT again, which I hope I do. And so I took that trip, and it was a month before the Olympics, and I got to see everything. And then when I went to Barcelona, there was a place in Montserrat where I got to see the Black Madonna, which was very amazing to me. I went to a Catholic school. So I've just had an amazing spiritual 2024. And I'm ready for whatever comes my way now. I'm much calmer and older.
What's different about you now than in 94 or 2015 when your dad passed and you got the conviction, and when your mom passed and you got the accusation?
I think I was extremely reactive then. I was very desperate. Financially, I felt I had to support my children. And that put me in a very panic stage where I was just willing to do whatever in 94. And that's where I did not deal with my father's passing away in a proper fashion. And then in 2015, that was a really a greater torture, because it was slow, because it was dementia, it was Alzheimer's, and it was not like I had put her in a Alzheimer's residence unit. She was at home with me, so it was much more painful. But I now learned about rebirth, coming from Hinduism and India, and I think I would have been more detached had I been wiser. So I think my children are grown, they are out of the home. I have no family stressors, and even if I did, I feel I'm much better equipped to handle it.
Should the board reinstate your license, Ms. Dave, what is your plan for employment?
I would like to work in any capacity at any job as a physical therapist working with patients. I need that structure and fulfillment in my life, because that's how I identify myself. I am a grandmother, but I don't get joy in taking care of my grandkids more than 2 hours. I cannot do it all day, even though I'm an early childhood specialist. When I go there, if they are not crawling properly, I do all my stuff with them, but I want to go home. And when I'm walking in San Francisco on Embarcadero, I live right across from the Giants Stadium, and I see people totally leaning over their crutches. I get greater joy telling them they're going to injure their nerve, and they better stand up straight, crossing just Embarcadero, right across. So that is what gives me joy and happiness, and so I want to be a physical therapist in any capacity again. I don't want to work with little kids, though, or with, it's just too hard. I did do Crippled Children's Society, CCS in Fremont, and those CP kids were really hard. The kids in Cleveland were a totally different setup. So adults is what I'd like to work with.
And one final question for you to explain to the board, Ms. Dave. How can you assure the PT board members that if you get your license back and you begin practicing again, that nothing like what happened in 1994 or 2015 will ever happen again?
I think primarily my emotional state is very different today than it was then. So I think that is the main thing. My desperation for money is not there. I don't need to send my kids through school, through college, or anything like that. I just have to support myself. And so my needs are very less. And so a job whereby my basic needs could be met. There are so many openings in the Bay Area for physical therapists. There's just not enough therapists that people can hire. So for me to find a job as a therapist will be extremely easy. For me to come forth with this much education and background, I am a very attractive PT for people to want to hire. I've had groups reach out to me already, and I have not said yes to anybody because I would like to just work under supervision for a while so I can see what I'm getting back into. And I think that the mistakes I made are totally corrected by all the coursework I have taken. I have like split it up in like courses from the APTA, CAPTA, I want to repeat myself, and then my knowledge-based courses. So I feel that this would never happen again.
Thank you for sharing your story, Ms. Dave. Thank you, Your Honor, and board members for indulging us. No further questions on direct.
Thank you, Mr. Simis. All right, Mr. Lent, do you have questions?
I do.
Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dave. I want to direct your attention to the actual petition that you filed. If I could have everyone turn to page 119 for reference. Just let me know when you're there so that I can share with you.
Sorry, she's relying on me to flip pages, which is a bad idea. Can you see? Use my.
So what I want to ask you, and I'll preface this with kind of a background setup, is in the first section under discipline information, section A, question number 7 asks you to list your prior discipline other than the one listed above. And the one listed above is the 2015 accusation and discipline. You put none. And this was filed in February of this year. But if we turn to Exhibit 4, that's page 423 of the exhibit binder, you filed a supplemental declaration addressing your answer here, indicating that you omitted disclosing the previous discipline from 1994 that resulted in your 23-count criminal case and a conviction, as well as the accusation in that matter. My question to you is, what prompted you to now remember that 6 months after the fact of filing the petition?
In my mind, what happened 35 years in 1988 was over and done with. It was completely out of my mind. All I was focusing on was my mother and the dementia and how I walked away from my practice, closed it down. And so I thought that since that old complaint was resolved and that I was fully licensed back again, that I did not put it down. To be very honest, I did not remember it after reading everything in detail. Now it all comes back, but it's been completely blocked from my mind.
So I'll re-ask my question in a little different fashion. So it was completely blocked. You had totally forgotten about it when you filed the petition in February and you wrote none. My question to you is, the supplemental declaration that you filed in August, literally last month, 3 weeks before today's hearing, what prompted you to remember that incident in 1994?
Actually, my attorney brought it up and showed it to me. That's when I looked at it and I read everything and looked at the details of it. I don't have in my possession any paper or anything at all about that complaint or that time of my life.
So it was your attorney that brought it to your attention, otherwise you had no memory of it, essentially, correct?
No, my memory was that it was resolved, and so that I had not a single detailed memory of it, unless I had it in print, which I did then. Without that, I had no timeline or details or the number of counts or the dollar amount. I had no such memory, I'll be honest with you.
Would you describe it as a significant event in your life?
Yes, which I had blocked, but I blocked because after it got finished, it was like the end of that part of my life.
Okay. After your attorney prompted you or brought that to your attention, did you have an opportunity to look over the entirety of your petition at that point?
Yes.
And just to clarify for today's record, do you have any other corrections or any other errors or oversights that you'd like to address today?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know if anything that I don't remember, but I don't remember.
Talking about that conviction case from the 1990s, after your criminal case had been resolved, your administrative case had been resolved, your license had been suspended, revoked, and then placed on probation, you closed the East Bay Physical Therapy Clinic, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's true that you sold all the equipment from that facility to your brother, is that also correct?
That's correct.
Is that the same Hiten Dadvi that will be testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that he opened up a new physical therapy clinic in that same location after you closed it down?
Yes, he did.
And after your suspension ended in that case, you worked for your brother at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
How long did you work there for him?
I don't remember, like, whatever the period of my probation was.
So you worked for him for the entire period of your probation?
Yes.
And why did you choose to work for your brother during the period of probation and not someone else?
It was, I had 2 little children. It was extremely convenient. I live in Fremont. The clinic was in Fremont. And my little son's school was on the way. So it was the convenience. I knew the patient population.
Were you paid for that employment?
I am sure I was. I don't remember. But yes, I think so.
I want to shift gears a little bit and direct your attention to your curriculum vitae, your resume, and that's located on page 278 for everyone's benefit. We'll be talking about that at length, so I'd appreciate it if you could please turn to that now. So on page 278 of your curriculum vitae, there's a heading titled Timeline of Care. And I'd like to start with the first subheading of that. It says between 2015 and 2018, you were providing in-home care for your mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that part-time, full-time?
Full-time.
Did you obtain any financial support from social services or anyone else that was able to assist you in that?
In-home IHSS, I don't know what that means.
And was that for that duration as well?
Yes.
Was it financial support, or did they also have someone come in and help?
No, they did not have anybody come in to help.
Just so the record's clear, IHSS, is that in-home support services?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Lin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the clarification. The next subheading says 2019, and it indicates that you volunteered at the Pleasanton Physical Therapy under Patrick Amajalo's PT to learn BFRT. So it just says a year. May I ask, when did you start volunteering that year at that location?
So it was not volunteering as far as number of hours is concerned. I volunteered there to learn the BFRT, which is blood flow restriction therapy, used at that office, which is a technique not commonly used in most physical therapy offices, like personal trainers and sports teams use it.
I apologize, I'll have to interrupt you.
So I didn't do, yeah.
My question was, when did you start?
So I don't remember, and
Do you recall when you stopped volunteering there in 2019?
no, it was just for the amount of time that I learned how to use that technique.
If you were to estimate how much time you volunteered to learn that technique in 2019 at that location, how long would you estimate that would be?
So it would be, let's say, 2 hours for 6 different times.
So roughly 18 hours?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, 12 hours.
That's 12.
Sorry.
I don't know.
So volunteered isn't necessarily the best verbiage to use to describe you learning a technique. Is that accurate?
I agree.
What would you use instead of saying volunteering on your resume to make it seem more accurate to what you did?
Education?
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Did you complete any continuing education course in the area of BFRT?
Yes, I did, in 23.
Why 4 years later?
It was a technique that was used in sports teams, and I was fascinated because my gym trainer used it on me. So it was not, I did not want to take a course as a physical therapist because I wasn't going to practice as a physical therapist at that time. So I took the course in 23 because I now want to practice as a therapist.
And you studied it for 12 hours in 2019 because you were just simply intrigued with it?
Yes, because I had received it, and then the trainer doesn't know, so the PT knew more.
Going to the next subheading, 2020, you say, and you use the same verbiage, volunteered at Elite Sports PT to learn the use of Alter G zero gravity treadmill. So just as we discussed the Pleasant Physical Therapy, is this kind of the same thing where you educated or self-educated yourself in this technique?
Yes, it is.
So volunteer would not be an appropriate language to use. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And I'll ask you a similar question. Roughly how long did you self-educate using this technique in 2020, roughly?
Probably about 18 to 20 hours.
And did you take or complete any continuing education courses in the area of the Alter G0 gravity treadmill?
Not directly, but indirectly, have learned the use of it in different treatments, like vestibular rehab, post-op rehab, yes.
Perhaps you could explain a little bit further when you say not directly, but indirectly, you received continuing education. My understanding of continuing education is very specific and focused to particular topics. So perhaps you could clarify that for me.
So I am not aware of a course for Alter G unless you have the equipment. Then they train you in the use of Alter G, which is so expensive that not that many therapists have it. And so it's a gravity eliminated treadmill, which is a very new phenomenon, and not most PT offices have it. So if I were to work in a PT office that had that unit, I would then take the course.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to 2021, that subheading, again, it says volunteered at Pleasanton PT, learning new techniques for pain relief. Is this the same facility that you volunteered at in 2019?
Yes, it is.
And along the same lines of questioning as the previous places, is volunteered the correct verbiage to use, or would the more accurate be to say that you self-educated as well?
Yes, volunteer is not the right word.
Okay, thank you. And just as I previously asked you, approximately how many hours did you self-educate yourself using these new techniques for pain management at this location?
That was just 4 hours.
Did you end up taking any continuing education courses in the new technique for pain relief that you were learning at that time?
No, because the courses were too lengthy, and I did not want to do that.
Okay. 2022, volunteered at Foster City Medical Center in the use of medical billing, ICD, and CPT. Again, same line of questioning. Is volunteered the correct verbiage, or should we use self-educated?
Self-educated.
Thank you. And just as in the previous questions, if you were to estimate or approximate how much time you self-educated using this medical billing coding system, how would you estimate that to be in that year?
So that was about maybe 20 hours.
And did you take any continuing education specifically in regards to the ICD and CPT coding for medical billing?
No, but that was included in my APTA billing courses later in 23.
Okay. Lastly, 2023, it indicates on your resume that, again, you volunteered at Hands-On Care, Elite Sports PT, and Luna Home Healthcare. Is volunteered still the incorrect verbiage? Should we be using self-educated there as well?
No, this was actual volunteer,
Okay.
where I was in the clinic the whole time.
Okay. So I'd like to take them one at a time. For the Elite Sports PT, my understanding is you volunteered between September of 2023 and December of 2023 for approximately 240 hours. Is that accurate?
Yes.
For the Hands-On Care, how much time did you volunteer that year? And when did you start and when did you stop?
So I don't remember the exact number of hours, but what I did is that was my dedicated time that I spent that entire fall for going to the different clinics. So I would pick one day each week for one clinic, another day each week for Chris Ota's clinic, and then Elite PT more often. So 2 days, 1 day at the Hand, 1 day at Chris Ota, and 3 days at Elite PT.
I want you to keep your hand on page 278, just for a quick sec, because we're going to come right back to it. But I have a clarification question I want to ask you. If you can turn to page 224 for me for a quick moment. So at the very bottom of 224, which is your narrative statement that you attached to your petition for reinstatement, there is a heading titled Retraining and Education, under which there is a subheading that says Volunteer, and the second indentation with a bullet point indicates Campbell Physical Therapy. It gives an address, and it says between September of 2023 and December of 2023, you volunteered every Tuesday for approximately 80 hours. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to flip back now to your resume and ask you under 2023, where's the bullet point for the Campbell Physical Therapy?
It's missing.
Okay. So based on what we've discussed so far, is it accurate to say that your resume needs a little bit more updating and some correctioning? Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Before we proceed with my question any further, I'll reiterate a question I had asked you earlier on. Having a chance to review the entirety of your petition, are there any additional corrections, additions, or modifications that you see or you believe you need to make?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you. I want to go back to your narrative statement, 224. And in the subheading on that page, the call to return to physical therapy, in that narrative that you submitted with your reinstatement to the board for your license, in that paragraph, when you describe why you want to return to the practice of physical therapy, I couldn't help but note that there were a lot of references to financial motivation within this paragraph, and this is something you wrote in February of this year. Just to highlight a few things that I saw, and I'll ask you about them, is the second line, you talk about living expenses, you talk about your retirement account, you talk about financing real estate. The third line, you talk about liquidating all of your assets. The fourth line, you talk about your Social Security income alone is not going to be sufficient. And the last line of that first paragraph, you also talk about needing income to survive for the rest of the balance of your life and reflecting that your retirement funds are somewhat depleted. Taking that in contrast with your direct testimony where you went on at very long length about your worldly travels this year, is it fair to say that one of the principal reasons you want your license back is so that you can earn a living?
Your Honor, kind of argumentative, the way the question's phrased. Sorry. The question is phrased argumentative,
All right.
And is assuming some facts and evidence as well.
All right, overruled, but your client can certainly clarify and explain in response to the question. So thank you. You may answer the question.
So currently, I'm being helped by my family. I have another brother who owns a staffing business who moved in with me when my mother got ill. And so my travels are completely financed by him. I do not want to live the rest of my life where I have to have my brothers help me financially, or my sons helped me financially, whereby I am the one that left India at 19 and brought them all over here. They are successful at this time in their lives because I gave up that life and I came to America, where it was a very, very foreign country to me. So I want to go back to work, yes, to make a living. I get $2,300 from Social Security, and I have a very small amount left in my retirement, and I'm very healthy. I'm going to at least live 20 years, and I do not want my brothers to have to, pay my credit card bills or me not spending anything at all. I mean, that is why I need to work. Simple as that.
Thank you. After the accusation number 1D 2013-74030 was filed against you and your license was subsequently surrendered in 2015, what did you gain from that specific experience?
I don't understand that. I didn't gain anything, actually.
What did you learn about yourself or the practice of physical therapy after that occurred, or as a result of that directly?
Do you understand the question?
No, I don't. But anyway, I think I'm just a little upset about the financial part of it, so I just have to take a little sip of water.
Counsel, I think it's a timing thing. Do you want to know what she learned in 2015 at that time or since as the result of that? I think that's why she might be confused, if that helps.
I can clarify.
Please, thanks.
Yeah, you can clarify. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin.
Sure. You ready? After you surrendered your license, immediately thereafter, not 5, 10 years later, did you reflect and gain anything from that specific experience?
At that time, nothing at all. All my concern was my mother, and yes, that was it. I did not want her to burn down the house like the doctor friend told me, so I had to be at home with her at all times.
And was there anything that you walked away with learning about physical therapy or about yourself professionally after you had surrendered your license in 2015? I'll ask it a different way. On direct examination, you told or testified that in 2015, after the accusation was filed, you were quote unquote frustrated with the accusation. That you quote, "I'll just stay at home with my mom. I'll just walk away." When you looked at the accusation and surrendered your license and saw those allegations against you, was there anything that occurred to you about your practice of physical therapy that you walked away with thinking or lamenting about?
Okay, I understand that better now. Yes, immediately when I got that letter, I'll be very honest, if I had Steve Seamus at my side at that time, he would have held my hand and told me, "Charu, let's take care of these things. If you don't want to work anymore, you want to take a break, you can take a break, but you don't have to walk away without responding to these allegations." But at that time, I should have taken the time, should have called some other family member to take care of my mother, which no one was available, I don't know what I would have done with her. I could have brought her to the office with me, which is what a neurologist suggested. Bring her to work with you. But I should have, at that time, responded to these accusations and corrected them.
Your attorney asked you on direct examination what assurances you could give the board that these same departures won't be repeated in the future if the board reinstates your license. And your response was essentially twofold. You testified that your emotional state is different now than it was. Then is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you also testified that, quote, my desperation for money is not there. And you talked about supporting family members. Again, I'll ask you, it seems like based on your narrative statement, there seems to be a financial motivation for you to get your license back anyway. How would you address that discrepancy for the board?
Oh, the discrepancy is the amount of money. When you don't have to pay for your children's schooling and college education, whereby all I have to do is earn enough to take care of myself, it's a lot easier.
And when you say your emotional state is different, what is it about your emotional state that is different now than it was then, so that these types of departures won't occur in the future?
I reacted with grief due to the two important people in my lives, which were my parents, who put their life on hold, a very comfortable life in Bombay, on hold in India, to stay with me in America, to take care of my children. And so a sense of obligation, a sense of respect. Those two people in my lives are absent. My children are grown and completely independent, financially independent. I do not have any other obligations, and I am just a lot more mature and just more at peace with myself. So I really feel that these same issues would not emotionally come up anymore.
In your narrative statement that you submitted with your reinstatement to the board, as well as your testimony today, you've discussed multiple personal issues that have impacted your ability to essentially competently practice physical therapy and have, in your words, essentially contributed to the disciplinary departures stated in both accusations. And we've talked a little bit about this. You seem to have a stance that not only is your emotional state different, but you would not be susceptible to the same types of personal impacts because your parents are no longer with us. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So guilt, grief, and tragedy are a part of human life. Your children might be independent now. You do have grandchildren now. But if a family travesty were to occur in the future, not that one would, God forbid, that did impact you, such as a divorce or the death of a family member, a death of a child or grandchild is that much more devastating. What assurances can you give the board that that won't impact you similarly in the future?
Because I am not the same person anymore. And so what impacted me in my 30s is not going to impact me today.
In the conclusory statement that you provided in your narrative, it's page 227. I'll direct everyone's attention. The last paragraph, titled Conclusion, you state that you understand that the board often grants probationary licenses when it grants a petition for reinstatement and that you're willing to accept probation. And we heard your attorney allude to that during opening statements that you'd be amendable to a probationary license. Keeping in mind that the board's highest priority is the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the public, if you sat in the place of the board today, what terms and conditions of a probationary license do you feel would be appropriate to impose on someone in your situation, given your disciplinary history?
I don't know what to say.
I think she should answer, but I would just like the caveat that I'm not sure she knows the panoply of disciplinary guidelines and all of that to articulate in a specific enough way. So in a general way, she can give it a shot, if that's okay with Your Honor.
Yes, I would not expect her to know all of the detailed conditions of probation that a board might impose. But I think maybe perhaps you can just answer in a general sense what sort of restrictions or things you would think would be appropriate given your circumstances.
So I understand about the probation that the board would impose on me, and I would be, of course, very candid as to wherever I go to work, that I clarify that, I let them know that I am under their supervision, and so that would be it, that I would be supervised by whichever PT it was, and the practice, and each practice has their own electronic medical records and their own billing system that's tied into the electronic medical record. And so I would be learning that, using that, and I think that that would be my supervision probation.
How long do you think it would be appropriate for you to be on probation?
I'm a really quick learner, so don't ask me that. I don't know. A year? I don't know.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lent. All right, I'm going to turn to our board members now to see if they have specific questions. I'm just going to start with you, Madam President. Do you have any questions for the petitioner?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing your story.
I'm sorry, I don't think we can hear you on the mic.
Okay.
It should be green if it's on.
It's on.
If it's on, maybe just crank it a little bit more. I'm sorry. Or bring it closer to you.
Better?
Sorry about all that.
So, thank you. Thank you for coming today and sharing your story. I do have a few questions for you. You had mentioned that when you decided to do private practice, that it was mostly male-dominated, there were lots of barriers, challenges, but you said something that I'd like for you to expound on a little bit, and you said there were unspoken restrictions. What does that mean?
It's very hard as a woman. I don't know if I want to go there, to be in private practice. And I did not understand that. I thought I have all these amazing skills I acquired at Kaiser, and I need to use that on my patient population, and that if I, told my doctors that I know all these great things, that I could help their patients, they would give me a chance. But it was not like that. It was very difficult being a woman in a male-dominated. Fremont has very high number of Indian physicians, and all kinds of harassment that I underwent, especially being a divorced woman. But I wanted to just hang in there because I felt the kind of care I could give to my patients was superior to what the other two private practice PTs were giving. So I just stopped going to those doctors for referrals and tried to find other ways. I don't want to go into details. Yeah.
I applaud you for going against cultural expectations. I've spent 30 years in early childhood education, and there's lots of sexism, so I can relate to what you were talking about. I also can relate to what you mentioned about not wanting to spend any more time working with children. It's hard work.
Emotionally hard.
Very, and physically.
Yeah.
Your brother is a physical therapist?
Yes, he was actually a computer major, worked in Silicon Valley, and then came and heard all my stories when I would come home. He's my little brother, and saw how rewarding it was that he switched majors from computers to PT.
Okay. And so, another question about, was it common for medical firms to try to partner up with physical therapists?
No.
Was that a common practice?
It was not. It was just Fremont. You should look up the history of Fremont and doctors owning PT in the 80s, where it was not customary at all. You know, sports team had it, but not private practice.
Why do you think they approached you? Because it sounds like they were adamant and determined.
Yeah. Yes, there were several groups: orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons, neurologists, because they all had patients that could be referred to PT, and they directly felt that they needed financial reimbursement for letting me have a practice.
So the consequences of you, if you would have,
Oh,
would be harsh for you and for them, correct?
life would have been easier, but the legal consequences would have been very hard. I don't know how they got around it. They had it. They did it. The sports med, physical therapy was one. Then there was all these orthopedic surgeons that owned it. You know, I don't know how they did it. They were all doctors, so they knew how they can do it. But all I knew is from every APTA conference I went, starting from Cleveland, Ohio to California, that we PTs would not do it.
So I also applaud your enthusiasm for learning, your education, and your seeking, attaining more knowledge in the field definitely should be recognized. I'm trying to figure out how does that help you with some of the, like leaving a cap off of a bottle or a name badge.
I will let you tell you that very honestly. I, now, having taken courses, and now, having gone through COVID, my good God, the coursework on that I took on cross-contamination is huge. In 2014, 2015, I was the only person working there. It was my office, my space, my little massage jar that I left open. There was not another person sharing with me. And when I had a full staff, I had a heated machine in the general area that we always brought back our massage lotion and kept it inside closed. But that's because there were several other employees there. So yes, I should have closed the lid, but I was careless, thinking, oh, I'm the only one that's going to use it, so I left it open. I was being careless.
Oh, okay. Okay. And another applaud for you and your soul searching, your journey. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Rabina Amen, would you like to go next?
I have no questions.
Thank you so much. Ms. Brandon?
I do have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I do understand how difficult it is to have a private practice. And I'm just interested in understanding, or your understanding of the difference between holding a license for a physical therapist and being a clinic owner. What are maybe the most significant differences in terms of compliance for you?
I think just holding a PT license, which is what I had at Kaiser, was learning and acquiring the skills, working efficiently, doing my paperwork. Owning a clinic, I had to have knowledge of legal ramifications, accounting ramifications, staffing, being inclusive, making sure that the office, somebody doesn't slip and fall, which has happened to me because somebody dropped water by the water fountain. I started working as a physical therapist in 1970. This is 2024, out of which only 10 years is it that I have not been a PT. So I have worked actually as a license holder myself for some of those years, and the other years I have owned a practice where I have learned and acquired these other skills, which I did not possess as part of my PT school or any kind of mentoring training, because in the 70s and 80s, even if I went to a physical therapist in private practice, they were very secretive. They were not going to open their books up to me or teach me how to be in private practice. There was no section then that had a mentoring of a private practice section, which is so active now. So, yes, I have learned a lot today, and the clinic owner has to have a lot more than just coursework.
A follow-up question. You did spend quite a bit of time doing your self-improvement with these programs at different clinics, shadowing, observing. Was there at least one or two times when you noted that maybe the physical therapist that you were shadowing or the clinic owner might have been going through some duress? And did you observe anything unique about how they handled it?
I think it was just about scheduling and handling the patient flow is what I observed. I think the two clinics were extremely, amazingly organized, that didn't seem to be stress. They were just flowing so smoothly, where I saw in one clinic the staff all having name tags that were like on Velcro that got put on a board at the end of the day, and in the morning when they came in, the Velcro went on. I just learned a lot of things like that they were doing so well that I thought, these are things I never did. Having in the gym timers, and like they would have in Chris Ota's clinic, when a person gets off of a bike, a ting going on. It's just everything was so well organized. I didn't see them melting or unorganized or breaking down, to be very honest. I had excellent experience at their clinics, which was not my case. I was not that organized.
And Mr. Kiyu, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I truly appreciate that your effort and persistency in terms of pursuing the PT career. One of my questions is that throughout all these events, past events that have happened, and through all the continuing education, volunteer process, do you believe you have gained any skills that is PT related but not theoretically or physically doing PT work, but PT related, administrative or organizing businesses and things like that, that can be of interest to you, or is just that PT work is the only one that you're interested in in continuing your career path?
So at the very first beginning, when I got my master's degree from Cleveland, my dream was to teach physical therapy. And I moved to California right after that. I went for an interview at Stanford. I went for an interview at UCSF. Those are the two PT schools there. And neither one of them hired me because they said, you don't have any experience in classroom didactic teaching. And it was like an 11-person interview, and all my experience was with interns in the clinic. And so I didn't get that job. And so I had since then been approached by community colleges that would have PTA program, but I did not want to go into teaching. I think that I just love physical therapy, and it's also personal because it just makes me feel good at the end of the day. My divorce, which should have been a negative event like the gentleman here said, but my divorce did not faze me at all because I would go to work in the morning, treat all the patients, feel good because I helped them all. They all said thank you. They brought me goodies. It's just an amazing field. I think any person who's unhappy at home just gets up and feels happy when they go to work as a PT. So that is not the thing to say that if you're depressed at home, you go be a PT, but it's a very rewarding career. And I like the feeling I get at the end of the day. So that's why I want to be a PT. I don't want to teach.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any other board members? Any questions occur to you? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Dave. I really appreciate your testimony. Let me just make sure with our board president, I'm happy to proceed with our next witness, but I don't know if you all need a quick break or something. So yes. So I'll defer to you. How long would you all like to take for a break?
11:30?
Perfect. Let's all come back at 11:30 and have your next witness lined up. Thank you so much.
We will. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. If we can gather back, have a seat.
Thank you.
Do we have our next witness lined up? He's approaching right now. Thank you very much, sir. You can have a seat there at the end of the table. All right. It's 11:37 a.m. We're resuming the hearing on the petition matter. Would you just like to formally call your next witness, please?
Your Honor, we call Chris Ota And Mr. Ota, about this far is a good distance if you'll scoot the mic towards you, and then you'll be able to be picked up. And then Ms. Heredia is going to take over from here, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ota. And
The white button, yeah.
Yeah, screen. Hello?
all right, thank you very much. Yeah, just make sure you either lean in or pull it close up to you. For some reason, these microphones are not very sensitive, so you want to be close to it.
All right.
First thing I'm going to have you do is raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly state, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Chris Masuda Ota, C-H-R-I-S, Masuda, M-A-S-U-D-A. Last name's Ota, O-T-A.
Thank you, Mr. Oda. And just some quick instructions before you get started. Please try and speak loudly and clearly for our electronic recording. Also, make sure to speak slowly because we'll be taking some notes of your testimony as we go along. Please make sure you wait until each question is finished before you start your answer, and I'll make sure whoever's asking the questions waits until your answer's done before they ask the next question, okay?
Yes.
And if there's any question you get asked that you don't understand, please let us know. We can get it clarified. If you do answer a question, I will assume you understood it and that we can rely on your answer in helping us decide the case. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First, I'm going to turn you over to Ms. Heredia for questioning, and then Mr. Lent may have questions, and the board members may have questions. Go ahead, Ms. Heredia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Oda. So how long have you been practicing physical therapy?
How long, what? I'm sorry.
How long have you been practicing physical therapy?
Since 1985.
Great. Can you briefly share with us a little bit of background about your physical therapy training?
Bachelor's of Science, Northwestern University in 1985.
Great. Do you have a private practice physical therapy clinic?
Yes, I do.
And where is that located?
Campbell, California.
Great. And since you've been licensed in 1985, have you ever had any discipline from the Physical Therapy Board?
No.
Great. How do you know Ms. Dave?
Through my friend,
Okay.
her brother.
All right. And how long have you known, so you met through her brother. Do you know about what time period or about what year you guys possibly met?
I don't. Briefly met her once years ago, but more so when she became a patient of mine.
Okay. And when did she become a patient of yours?
Oh. I don't have the papers in front of me in the past 2 years.
Okay. All right. And is there any other interaction you had with Ms. Dave after she was a patient of yours?
Yes.
And what was that?
She volunteered to observe at my clinic.
Okay, great. How long did Ms. Dave volunteer at your clinic?
She volunteered every Tuesdays for about 80 hours, I believe.
Okay.
10 Tuesdays.
What did her volunteer time consist of?
Observation of the clinic with the patient's permission and with one-on-one treatments. Just mainly observation of myself, but of the other physical therapists that work in our clinic.
Great. Did she ever have any direct patient care?
No.
Did you and Ms. Dave ever discuss patient care?
All the time.
And what was your observations of that?
She brings a wealth of knowledge. We after each session, she had the observation. We would meet and discuss the patient care involved in the rehabilitation of the diagnosis that was given to us.
What is your impression of Ms. Dave's knowledge of physical therapy while she volunteered at your clinic?
Excellent. I mean, she had years and years of practicing, so that experience reflected in our conversations.
Besides volunteering, were you aware or have you been aware of anything else Ms. Dave has been doing to reacquaint herself again in the physical therapy field?
She's been taking a extensive continuing education beyond what I think is necessary. That's necessary to maintain our license. So a wealth of shows her endeavor trying to get back into practicing.
Great. And are you aware of Ms. Dave's prior license discipline?
Yes.
Okay. What are you aware of regarding the 1990 incident?
Just recently, this disclosure of what happened at that time frame, I learned it recently.
So in your conversation with the probation monitor, Monty Martin, you stated that you knew about Ms. Dave's license discipline, but you didn't know the specifics of why her license was revoked. And yet you still felt comfortable letting her volunteer at your clinic. Why was that?
Correct. All she was going to be doing at my clinic was observation, no direct patient care. And what I feel comfortable with is patient care. As far as any other administrative duties outside of direct patient care, my concern is patient care.
Absolutely. So you mentioned that you knew her in the past, but when she's spending time with you, you would definitely get to know her better. In getting to know her better, what did you learn about her?
Mostly as a patient, when she was a first patient, rehabbing her, got to know her better, and that's why I felt comfortable in allowing her to observe, volunteer in my clinic after patient care to her.
Were you aware of the circumstances in Ms. Dave's life when she surrendered her license in 2015?
Yes.
And what were you aware of?
I was aware, I'm a close friend with her brother. Her brother would tell me what's going on with her mother. I had elderly parents as well. And that his sister took on the Herculean task of taking care of her mother versus sending her to her home.
Yeah. Does your knowledge of her license discipline change your position about her?
Does not change my position of her being a clinician, no.
If Ms. Dave were granted reinstatement, would you consider hiring her?
Yes.
And why would you consider hiring her?
I've had her being a patient of mine, I've been with her for many hours, more than a new candidate would be, so I think I know her pretty well, and her clinical expertise.
When she was volunteering, was there ever a time where a patient came in who knew Ms. Dave?
I do recall one patient recognized her.
And what was that interaction like?
Oh, she knew who she was, and she was very happy to see her. And just, who are you? Oh, hi, you remember me? That type of thing.
So the patient was looking at Ms. Dave. Was the patient looking at Ms. Dave in a positive manner?
Yes.
Of happy to see her?
Yes.
So being in the PT field for as long as you've been, what is your experience in hiring trained physical therapists right now?
My experience?
Or knowledge and experience, yes.
I've been doing it for 40 years. I'm a certified clinical instructor as of 2011. So I do get DPT, doctors of physical therapy students, that intern at my clinic.
Do you ever hear between you or any other physical therapy associates ever have any struggle with hiring any other physical therapists?
All the time. All the time.
Would you refer Sharu to work in one of those clinics?
Yes.
And why would you refer her?
Again, I'm basing on my interactions with her and her clinical knowledge and her interest in resuming her career.
Absolutely. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lent, do you have questions?
Yes, just a few. Thank
Please
you.
proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Otto.
Yes.
You said you're friends with her brother, but you didn't identify him by name. Could you do so now? I apologize.
Hatain Dave.
Okay. And you went to school with Mr. Dave?
We went to the same school. He graduated a year before I did.
Okay. How long have you been friends with him?
That's 30 years.
So he's a longtime friend?
Yes.
Would you call him a close personal friend?
Yes.
And you said you've known Ms. Dave since roughly 2022 as a patient?
Yes.
And after that, has your relationship with her changed of a more personal nature?
No.
In January of this year, you wrote a declaration on behalf of Ms. Davi in support of her getting her physical therapy license reinstated. For everyone's edification, that's on page 141 to 143. In the declaration, as well as your testimony today, you stated that you're aware of the matters that led to her license being surrendered and revoked.
Yes.
Have you read over the decision and accusation in that matter?
Yes.
When did you read that over?
Recently.
How recently is recently?
Probably within the last week and a half.
That will dovetail into my next question, because you were interviewed by the probation monitor for the physical therapy board in, I believe, July of this year, Manny Martin. You recall that?
Yes.
And for everyone's edification, I'm going to refer to page 301, the last paragraph. According to Mr. Martin's interview with you, as of the time of this interview, Mr. Otto still does not know why her license was revoked. So as of July, you didn't know, but you decided to read over the accusation and petition within the last few weeks, you said?
Yes.
What prompted you to do that after you submitted a declaration and after you spoke with the probation monitor?
Well, again, I'm just critiquing her on her clinical skills. I have no prior knowledge of the details of why this was going on, and so I'm just testifying on her clinical skills and her ability to become a physical therapist again.
We do appreciate your participation here today, but my question was, what prompted you to look at the accusation and decision only a few weeks ago after you had already signed a declaration under penalty of perjury and spoken with the probation monitor?
Because I received a more full declaration of what was going on.
Well, when did that occur?
Probably in the last few weeks.
And what precipitated that?
I received information from her attorney.
So up until a few weeks ago, you had no specific knowledge of her discipline, did
No
you?
specific knowledge.
And when you were informed a few weeks ago about the discipline, which accusation were you able to read, or did you read both?
I've read both, the one years ago and the one most recently.
And why is it you chose not to ask Ms. Dave about that when she was volunteering at your clinic?
Well, I wasn't aware of the first one or the second one. Again, she was volunteering at my clinic. I'm basing everything on what she wanted to learn as a clinician.
Did you know that she had a physical therapy license at some point?
Yes, I did.
And did you know whether or not it was either surrendered or revoked at some point?
I do know it was surrendered.
Okay. And simply knowing only that, you felt comfortable having her in your clinic?
Yes.
And why did you choose not to ask her any follow-up questions in regards to the license at that
My
point?
only focus working with her was her ability to become reinstated as a physical therapist, her clinical skills, and her knowledge.
Do you believe if you had information as to why her license was disciplined, it might assist you in helping her get the license reinstated?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you believe if you knew why her license was disciplined in the first place, it would help you better to have her license reinstated?
Yes.
But you chose not to make those inquiries or ask?
No. I mean, she came in and asked if she could observe.
Okay.
Again, she was not involved in direct patient care.
What was she observing?
Observing myself with the patient's permission, direct one-on-one patient care, observing us working with patients in exercise, observing other physical therapists working with patients.
Anything relating to administrative or documentary?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lent. All right, I'm going to turn to our board members now. Madam President, any questions for the witness?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, who's next on the list? Ms. Rabina Amin.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Ms. Brandon?
Hello, thank you
Hello.
for being here today.
Yes.
I guess my first question is, what was the purpose of her volunteerism at your clinic?
I think her purpose of volunteering at my clinic was to update her knowledge on direct patient care, because she's been out of it for a while.
So she approached you?
Yes.
Requesting to do that. And you do have other people that come and observe?
Yes.
Okay. And there wasn't any clinical care, obviously, you indicated, but were there any other things that you had her do in terms of volunteer?
No.
Okay. My second question has to do with like her interaction with you with those discussions. Did you identify that you said that she has a lot of clinical knowledge and experience. Were there any times when she had questions about what you were doing? Does she appear to evaluate where she is with what is currently happening? Can you give us an example if that is the case?
Yes, I mean, she would observe me do a specific manual therapy skill that she wasn't aware of and wanted to know the relevance and how that would affect the patient's diagnosis.
Thank you.
And Mr. Q, any questions?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other board members in the meantime?
I do have a question.
Absolutely, Madam President, go ahead.
You mentioned that you were aware of her dedicating her time to caring for her mother,
Yes.
correct? Was that mentioned, or was that one of the reasons why you believe she wanted to volunteer at your clinic?
No.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Any other board members? All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and testimony,
welcome.
sir. You're welcome to, you're excused. You're welcome to stay on for the rest of the hearing. If you wish, you're also welcome to leave. So
no.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Counsel, would you like to get your next, or your last witness?
Yes,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Your Honor.
Yeah, just one. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your patience and waiting. Counsel, would you like to formally call your next witness, please?
Yes, we would like to call Mr. Hitain Dave.
All right, Mr. Dave, thank you very much for waiting around so long. We appreciate your time and testimony. First thing I'll ask you to do is raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly state, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Hitain, Hiten, and last name is Dave, like Dave, D-A-V-E.
Thank you, Mr. Dave. So just a couple things before you start your testimony. Please make sure to speak loudly and clearly, and make sure the microphone is close to you. These microphones are not very sensitive, so either pull them close or make sure you lean over into them. Also speak slowly, because we'll be taking notes of your testimony. Please make sure not to speak over another person. So in a question-answer format, wait until the question's completely done before you start your answer. I'll make sure whoever's asking the questions waits until your answer's done before they ask the next question. And then if you get asked any question today that you don't understand, please let us know. We can get it clarified for you. If you do answer a question, I will assume you understood the question and that we can rely on your answer in helping us decide this case. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm first going to turn you over to Ms. Heredia for some questioning, then Mr. Lent may have questions for you, and the board members may have questions. Thank you. Ms. Heredia, your witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dave. How long have you been practicing physical therapy?
I would say 39 years.
Can you briefly share with us your background in physical therapy training?
I went to Northwestern. I'm an 1984 graduate, and been in private practice since 85, 86. I incorporated in September 1st, 1986 in California.
Are you a member of any associations?
APTA and CPTA.
And do you have a private practice physical therapy clinic?
Yes.
And where are those located?
So now I have 5 clinics. One is in Pleasanton, 2 in Walnut Creek, 1 in Concord, and 1 in Brentwood.
Having been a licensed physical therapy for 39 years, have you ever been subject to any discipline from the Physical Therapy Board?
No.
And so we have established previously on the record that you are the brother of Ms. Dave, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you always wanted to be a physical therapist?
No. I was a computer science major when I came in 1979 from India, and I was in a car accident and I broke my arm. And my first experience of physical therapy was my sister giving physical therapy on my shoulder. And I was very unhappy, didn't like at all what she was doing. But I'm so glad that she did what she had to do. So that's why because of that reason, I'm a physical therapist.
Great. Have you ever worked directly with Ms. Dave in a physical therapy clinic before?
Yes, occasionally, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about those experiences?
I mean, initially when I came from school, I wanted to get some idea about physical therapy, and wanted to observe her because she's 8 years older than me and she has more experience. So obviously I wanted to be around her. I had great experience in my internships, but strictly in a private practice area, hands-on, she had more experience, so I was around her. And so I observed her quite a bit at that time. And then in the 90s, I don't exactly remember the dates, but that's the time when we worked together.
And then, so prior to that, you were more observing and following what she does. But in the 90s, you said, did you guys work together as physical therapists?
Yes.
And what was your impression of working with her as a physical therapist yourself?
I mean, as I said, I'm very impressed. I was very impressed from day one because of my own condition. But at the same time, just having her clinical skills, especially when it comes to evaluation and being caring for patients, it's to me it's way beyond than what I've ever seen in my sort of short experience before that. Her clinical skills, in a way, was outstanding, and I wanted to, get that feel and learn, which schools don't teach, but you have to learn from experiences.
Great. Was there, when you would work at the clinic, was there anything that you would see that she would kind of go and above beyond for any clients? Or things that weren't necessarily in physical therapy?
Many times she would, I think a few times I saw her writing off the billing, meaning like any money owed, and she would talk to the patient and they could not afford. She would just write it off. That's one thing I learned, and I'm thinking, why is she doing that? But there's a reason behind it, that she's been in that community for a long time, and she knew quite a few people, and if somebody doesn't have that much extra money lying around to pay, she would see the instance, what was going on, and she would just write it off. Other thing is that many times being involved in the Hindu temple in the Fremont area, we would get patients who their parents would be coming to us, but they would not have a ride going back home. And in those days, I'm talking about in the 90s, there was the public transportation was not the best. So she would actually have my daughter sometimes, take the patients home, because there was no way that they would be sitting the whole day in the clinic. So that would not be appropriate. So and these patients were not living that far away. It's 5 minutes drive, something like that. So I've seen that happen many times. And that's one of the reasons why my daughter got into physical therapy, is because, same thing.
So writing off bills for people who couldn't afford, and organizing rides for older members of the community for the purpose of them being able to receive treatment with her, is that customary in physical therapy?
Not really. I mean, I've never seen that. No. Yes, I mean, at that time I did not know that something like this could be done.
Are you aware of Ms. Dave's prior license discipline?
Yes.
Regarding the 1990 license discipline, what were you aware of?
The main thing was about the billing issues was the concern at that time, obviously, and that's all I remember, actually. I mean, we try not to think about 1990s was a long time ago. So.
Yes. Was not knowing, it's okay if you don't know this part, but when she told you, what was her physical reaction like, or was she emotional about it, or?
Yes, she was very emotional about it. Apparently her thing was, it's a mistake she did. So that was a big concern for her. And yes, she was very taken aback by the whole thing happening with her, with the license at that time.
After she was convicted, and she also dealt with the accusation from the Physical Therapy Board, did you purchase her East Bay clinic?
Yes.
And did you hire her to work in that clinic after?
She was around, so I don't exactly remember I hired her, but yes, I did. Yeah.
She was there. While working in your clinic, was there ever any issues regarding any not following any specific procedures that you had in place, or?
I did not see it at that time.
Did you, were you aware that she was on probation?
Yes.
And did she comply with the terms of her probation?
Yes.
Do you know if, are you aware that she was able to have an early termination of her probation?
Yes.
Regarding the 2015 accusation, what is your understanding of that?
I mean, what I remember was that the minor things in those days was, I mean, now with the COVID situation, it's a much bigger issue, and we all went through that. But keeping the massage cream jars open, using the hands, same hands going in there, things like that, cross-contamination, things like that. So that was something which, we had to really think about those terms. But now, as I said, with COVID happening, we all are extremely aware of that.
Did she tell you or discuss with you about her decision to surrender her license?
It was something which was very emotional. She cried a lot.
Do you need a minute?
Just take a minute, sir, no worries.
Yeah, so that was very difficult because of my mom's situation, and my mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and I'm very sorry.
No, take all the time you need.
So yeah, because of my mom's situation, she was the main caregiver, and she was devastated, and because here she has to take care of my mom. Of course, we were all there. We had caregivers. We had hired them, but and she was adamant of not putting her in a skilled nursing place, and so it was a family affair. We had to make a decision. And so at that time she said, well, should I be pursuing this and going after getting my license back? It's going to require a lot of time, of course, a lot of money, and being involved in something which she wanted to be involved more with my mom's situation. So that was the decision she had to make at that time. And so we didn't like that, but it happened.
How long did she take care of your mother?
Well, 1989 till, I mean, my mom was with her since, I'm talking about the early 90s. But her Alzheimer's was from, I mean, she was diagnosed, was from 90, sorry, I forget.
It's okay.
She passed away in 2021, so 9 years before that.
And she primarily lived with Ms. Dave?
Yes.
So having her there every day with her, would you believe that, and seeing what was going on before her, would you believe that this would have a significant impact on her?
Yes, I mean, that was a very, very big impact, obviously. And I mean, it affected her also. So I was actually more worried about my sister than worried about my mom, because with Alzheimer's, there's not much could be done. But with her, so me and my brother, we tried to come and help out as much as we can, so that she can have some time off also. So that was our main concern. Me and my brother both, we had our main concern about how to take care of her and make sure that nothing happens to her also.
Does your understanding and knowledge regarding the situation of the license discipline or the charges that led to the accusation, do any of those change your position of her regarding her knowledge of being a physical therapist?
No, I mean, I try to differentiate in my mind about her skills and what exactly happened with the license situation. To me, her skills are just far outreaching, and the courses she has taken now is like going back to school. I mean, that's when I look at the list of the courses she has taken, it's like, to me, it gives me PTSD. Going back to Northwestern, I said, this is like going to school twice. She's a therapist from India, And then, obviously all these things going on about the courses, like times 2.
So to take you back, when you spoke with Monty Martin, this is AGO 000298. You mentioned that when regarding to the license discipline, that you don't believe that Ms. Dave did anything maliciously, but she rather did not understand the rules governing the practice of physical therapy at the time. Can you explain how, one, can you expand on that?
It's difficult for me to expand. To me, things I do in my office, in my clinic, is I do it without thinking, meaning it's so much ingrained regarding the rules and regulation that I don't even have to think twice to see whether I'm doing it right or wrong. Because I talk to all my friends. We talk about things which can happen, not happen. I've been in constant touch with the CPTA, the PT board. I read all the regulations, and so I'm constantly involved. And of course, as a practice owner, malpractice is a very big deal, and especially a small clinic like ours, we are the low-hanging fruit, as they call it. And so, in fact, I just gave a big lecture to my own staff yesterday about how just basic thing like a patient sitting up from a heating pad, they can fall because they're feeling so relaxed, and sometimes they are not thinking. So little things like that. And so we have a staff meeting every week, and in the staff meeting, the first 5 minutes we talk about what has been done, what has not been done, make sure that the patients are safe. And I tell my staff that if you cannot help anybody, it's okay, but if you hurt somebody, it's not okay. So we really abide by that. And so to me, as I said, it doesn't come out very clearly that what should be done, not should be, because I do it routinely and do it every day. So it'll become my second nature. So I don't think about it too much, which I should be, but I don't.
What have you seen from Ms. Dave that makes you believe that she's rehabilitated?
She talks about it a lot, and she talks about how her intent is to get back to seeing patients. Her thing is to be in the clinic, and so going back in history about what happened, she wants to make sure that she does not commit the same mistakes again. Working for somebody, that's also a big responsibility, because a job is a job. But however, if you do things wrong in the job, it can affect your license, but it can affect the company's environment license also. So we all get affected. So she understands that, and so she always talks about that, how things she would not do. And few things is basically the PT aid ratio, which is very routine, and we keep that in our mind all the time in my clinic. But she actually talks about it now, which is, we have never talked about things like that, but now she talks about that, about the ratio. And if somebody calls in sick, do we let the support staff leave, which we do. If a therapist is called in sick, we let the support staff go. We don't keep them in the office, and they all know that, so they don't feel bad. It's not like personal thing for them, but they all understand, because we talk about this in our meetings all the time, that we need to really abide by whatever the laws are given to us. So.
You mentioned earlier about your daughter also being a physical therapist.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how she came to that decision?
Well, with your children, you cannot tell them what they're supposed to do. So I stopped doing that. But she has seen me as a physical therapist her entire life. And I work hard, and I go to work every day, never call in sick. So she has seen my dedication, but she said, Dad, I might do something else. I said, okay. So then, unfortunately, at the age of 8 or 9, she was diagnosed with central auditory processing disorder. It's very subtle, where she has difficulty with languages and math, and but she was adamant of getting into physical therapy because main reason is my sister. So, my sister is trying to say, hey, just come to my office and just sit around, see how you're doing things, and maybe you can help out, So she did that because she would not come to the dad's clinic, obviously. She would go to her aunt's clinic. So she went over there and she was, learned a lot from my sister. And then she also transported a couple of our patients to their home. So the patients are telling her, hey, how come you're not being a physical therapist? Everything is around you. You are here. You should think about getting into this business. And so that also made her think about it. Unfortunately, with the CAPD situation, she took chemistry 3 times. So anyway, so long story. Maybe I'm rattling too much, but that's how she got into physical therapy, and took her a long time. She was not able to get like 2 years, so it took her a long time to get into the physical because her GPA was not the best of the best. In fact, I'm telling you that chemistry she had to take like 3 times to even get a B plus, because she needed a B plus just to get to that edge, to get into a PT school. So, but she did it. She did it.
So now you have a daughter and family members who are physical therapists. How often do you speak about physical therapy?
All the time. All the time. I do different things. I do I do a lot of meditation. I've been doing meditation for many years. So I bring on a lot of mind-body techniques because I treat a lot of chronic pain, and so my whole treatment section is very different. My patients are very difficult patients. They don't want to be seen by anybody, and they've gone to many other clinicians before and not been helped. So I'm the one who ends up seeing those patients. So my daughter sees that, and so she wants to learn. So now I've actually started a class. I'm calling it Physio Hack. I said it's a Physio Hack, meaning you come to me, I teach you all these techniques, and get the patient's pain down pretty fast. Once you get the pain down, then they have more faith in you, and they will do the exercises you tell them to do. Otherwise, patients, don't do them at home. We all know that. So I'm starting things out like that. I'm trying to train her to see how we can work on the chronic pain side of physical therapy. I mean, we have OCS, we have geriatric specialty. Why not chronic pain specialty?
Right.
I mean, we should have a chronic pain because this is what we see day in and day out. Why not work on chronic pain? And why is this such a, I only want to see sports injuries. No, there are not that many sports injuries out there.
Yeah.
So,
If Ms. Dave were granted reinstatement, would you consider hiring her?
yes,
Would you be directly supervising her?
no.
If you have another supervisor that was managing her and they tell you that they had an issue with her, would you terminate her?
Yes.
What value do you believe that she would bring to one of your clinics?
Her experience of so many years, her clinical skills, her evaluation skills. To me, as a physical therapist, I feel that 80% of the treatment is evaluation, and 20% is actually treatment. So in my opinion, she has that knack, which I've seen many years ago. And and with more courses and all the stuff she has taken, I think she has enhanced quite a bit.
So to kind of circle back to when you believe that in the 90s that she didn't truly really understand the rules and regulations of physical therapy, do you still believe that, or do you believe that's changed?
Oh, that has changed big time because it's taken her many years to think about it, and not having the license in her hand and seeing me and my daughter and going to work and talking about therapy, and that's a passion. So she wants to do that. So she wants to come back, and I feel that she's ready for it with her age, and I don't think she will prevail for another more than 10 years as a hands-on physical therapist. So I think another 5 to 10 years is what's basically would be good for her.
What do you think her motivations are for wanting to be reinstated?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah, sustained. Thank you.
Based on your personal knowledge and professional expertise as a physical therapy of almost 40 years, why do you believe Ms. Dave would be a fantastic, or would be a value to the physical therapy?
As I said earlier, her clinical skills, her the patient treatment techniques, and being very timely, and keeping in mind about patients, patients' needs. That is, to me, is the ultimate thing. I mean, that's why we all went to physical therapy school, is to to help people. So sometimes we lose that, but that's why we went to school for. So, and I think she's ready for that, and then she has done that in the past. It just needs to be brought back on, and she needs to apply.
Would her being a physical therapist impact? Would her being a physical therapist, would she be more of a mentor? What kind of role do you see her playing in your clinics?
At the present time, I think she can just be a clinical physical therapist. I mean, that's all is needed.
Absolutely. No more questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lind,
Yes.
your opportunity.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're Ms. Davi's younger brother?
Yes.
And would you say you're close with your sister?
Yes.
From your testimony as well as your outpour of emotion, it seems as though you have a great deal of admiration for her. Was that accurate?
Yes.
You obviously love your sister a great deal as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that might have an impact on how you view your sister?
I try to keep my mind in two different manners. There is a respect and love. But when it comes to actually performing as a physical therapist, because as I said earlier, the idea is to treat patients. And if you cannot help anybody, that's okay. If you hurt somebody, it is not okay. That's my motto.
You have worked with your sister in the past, correct?
Yes.
And counsel asked you about a statement that you had made to the probation monitor back in June. It's on page 298 of the exhibit binder. The statement that she asked you about is that you don't believe or did not believe your sister did anything maliciously, but rather she did not understand the rules and regulations governing the practice of physical therapy at the time. That was in reference to the conduct in the 1990s. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about the very next line after that. It says, quote, Mr. Davi reported he knew the laws, but he didn't feel it was his place to tell her how to conduct her business. So could you explain that? Because the way that reads to some people would seem to intimate that you observed something that she did, but didn't tell her the correct or different way of doing things. So I want you to explain that.
So regarding to explain that, we are first of all physically not very close by. So we are not in the same office, same house, or we don't like interact all the time. So keeping that in mind, my thing was at that time is that if you understand something, you should do it. And if you don't understand, it is not my thing to really say, okay, now do this, because we were not always intimate that way, that we are talking all the time, and because she had her own life and I had my own life at that time, so we were not always in the talking terms that way. So, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the.
I'm just trying to understand a little bit what you meant when you said you didn't feel it was your place to tell her how to conduct her business. Because you're both physical therapists at this point in your lives, correct?
Right.
And at this point, she's running into some disciplinary accusations with the board, as well as some criminal accusations with her practice. And so my question to you is, when you tell the probation monitor that it wasn't your place to tell her how to conduct her business, it seems to intimate, based on the previous sentence, that you knew something about the laws and regulations that she did not or was not aware of. Now, please correct me if I'm incorrect in my reading of that.
I don't recall exactly what I meant at that time when the probation officer was asking me questions. But what I'm trying to say is that in those days, I was not here to not being like a big monitor on her practice, saying that this way you got to do it, this way you got to do it. So that was not what I was there. We just talked about patients and things like that. But business-wise, I had my own business going on and all that stuff. So I may, at that time, it was not something which I would be telling her what to do, because everybody has to know the laws, and that's why we are the PT board.
Fair. That's fair. She sold you her physical therapy business and equipment in the 1990s, the East Bay Physical Therapy Clinic, is that correct?
Right.
And then subsequent after that, she was working for you there at the new facility you opened at that location, correct? Before you hired her in, did you read the accusation and decision from the board in the 1990s?
Yes.
Did you read the criminal indictment that was against her and what happened with her criminal case at the same time?
As I said, it was such a long time ago. I only recall something about the billing things. But if you ask me all the details, I don't recall right now.
Well, let me ask you this, because you did make reference to this earlier. You described it in a very general context as billing issues that you remember. Mm-hmm. When you think of billing issues, could you elaborate on what you believe that encompasses?
Main thing is, in my opinion, the billing issue is about charges for no-shows.
If I were to ask you insurance fraud, would that be a billing issue?
Yes.
And if it was a billing issue that was sustained over periods of time in regards to multiple patients, would that just still be a billing issue in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to read over the 2015 accusation decision against your sister?
I did, yes.
And when did you recall reading that?
Just a few days ago.
Was it the first time you had read that over?
No. I had read that before, but as I said, 2015, 2024.
It's understandable. In your direct testimony today, you described it as a lot of minor things, and you talked specifically about the massage cream. To the best of your recollection, even though you read this a few days ago, is that your understanding of what the disciplinary matter was? It was minor things?
That's the one thing I recall. That's why I said about what I said.
And to the best of your recollection, that's how you view her 2015 disciplinary matter?
That's one thing I recall. So I don't right now remember the entire 2015.
Okay. And that's the only thing that jumps out
Yeah.
in your memory is the massage
Yeah.
cream? Okay. Nothing else of significance?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay. In December of 2023, you wrote a declaration in support of your sister to get her physical therapy license reinstated. I'm referring to page 137 for everyone's reference and edification. In the declaration, you stated on page 137, paragraph 16, I understand that the board issued an accusation against Ms. Davi for multiple issues concerning her practice, including improper billing and record keeping. Which accusation were you referring to when you made that statement? The first one in the 1990s or the one in the 2015?
1990s.
You were asked on direct examination about Ms. Davi's rehabilitation, and you had been mentioned that she talks about it at length sometimes, and that she talks about not making the same mistakes again. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What mistakes does she talk about that she would change or do differently?
The main thing I recall talking about is, of course, the cross-contamination situation, and then also about making sure that the PT aid ratio is maintained. That was another thing which we all struggle quite a bit nowadays, and so we have to be very vigilant about that. So that's what she had talked about.
Does she talk about, or did she talk about anything in regards to documentation, particularly with diagnoses of treatments of patients, or who's treating patients, or record keeping, or anything of that length?
Record keeping, yes. So she's from, we call it from the Jurassic age, so where everything was handwritten. Now we have everything on the EMR. So that's a much easier, better, position right now, because when you document something, you are forced to fill the entire document properly. And so the EMR has made a lot of, has helped physical therapists stay within the boundaries. And so that's a whole new learning process for her, which is going to be a little difficult, but it's doable.
When you were interviewed by the probation monitor in June, July of this year, you told the probation monitor that you hope your sister is granted reinstatement of her license because the last 10 years have been very difficult for her and that she has suffered a financial toll. Could you expand on that a little bit and why you felt that was an important issue to bring to the probation monitor's attention?
The financial toll is basically we go to work, we have an income coming. Little more, high, low, doesn't matter too much. But a constant flow of income is very crucial to sustain life in the Bay Area. So that's one of the big impact in our life.
Do you feel that's a very large motivating factor for her to get her license back?
I feel that's everybody's motivation. I mean, yes.
So
To answer your question, yes.
You would rank it as the primary motivation?
Well, I would not say primary motivation because there are other ways of making money also.
True.
But this is her life and this is what she has given. And so she wants to get back into what she knows and she's very good at it. So if you make money and you do something very good, to her that's a good combination.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lent. All right, going to the board members, I just start on this side just to switch things up. Mr. Q, any questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brandon?
I have no questions.
Thank you. And Ms. Rabina Amen?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Madam President?
One question. Would you ever have your sister assume an administrative or managerial role along with her practicing physical therapy if you hired her?
Not now, because of, where she was and where she's coming now. That role would not be there. And at this moment, every clinic needs a clinician. We have lots of administrative staff, but the clinicians are very hard to find. So at this moment, yes, right now she'll just be a physical therapist treating patients.
Thank you.
Any other board members change your minds? All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and testimony, sir. You can step down. Thank you.
Sorry about my emotional outburst.
Not at all. Don't even, there's no apologies necessary. Thank you, sir. All right, I just want to make sure no further witnesses, right? I think that was it from
No further
petitioner?
witnesses.
Okay, and nothing else from the Attorney General. So that just takes us to, if each side would like to make a brief closing argument, I'm happy to permit that. Again, just in the interest of time, I think we've adequately covered and developed the record, but I do want to give you an opportunity to just summarize any recommendations you wish to make. So with that said, you can go first, Ms. Heredia, and then I'll see if the Attorney General wishes to make a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dave has put significant work in trying to rejoin the profession of physical therapy. She's completed over 120 continuing education hours, which is equivalent to 54 classes. In 2023 alone, she volunteered, she had 380 volunteer hours. Even during the time from 2015 to 2019, when she didn't want to go back to physical therapy, she learned things because she was curious. And people who don't have a passion for something don't do that. She also encouraged other people to join the physical therapy profession, starting with her brother Hatain, who now has 5 clinics and 5 successful clinics. Her niece, who struggled and is now also a successful physical therapist. What makes her unique is Ms. Dave has decades of experience. Yet she's humble and she's been referred to as a new graduate. She didn't go in thinking I knew everything. She went in, she approached this with, I have so much to learn. And that is indicative of somebody who has grown and is still continuing to seek this growth. Her approach to this time would be entering the physical therapy profession in a more cautious and a more aware, which makes her indispensable. The circumstances that were present during her prior discipline times are really, although inevitable, they were still life-changing. In 1990, she was trying to cope with the sudden death of her father. She was divorced, a single mom, trying to run a clinic, and she essentially got exploited by a lawyer who brought her a deal that she didn't truly understand. Regardless, she didn't turn around and say, I didn't do it. She owned it, and she paid the price for it. In 2015, she became the primary caregiver for her mom. And had she fought those allegations, things may have been different. But as you've seen from Mr. Dave, this was ultimately a family decision. And although there were things that she now reflects on and says she would have done differently, she still surrendered something that really meant a lot to her. She worked her entire life for, and she gave it up. Again, despite that, she owned everything the PT board has ever asked her to do, even getting off probation early because of that. She's done everything. Since then, she's coped with the loss of her parents. She's grieved, she's learned, and she's grown. She's never tried to hide anything in her petition. When she mentioned earlier that when opposing counsel brought it up, that she didn't indicate about the 1990s. It wasn't something she had in front of her, but when she did, right away it was corrected. And we're never expecting perfection, but we are expecting improvement, and that is indicative again as somebody who's improving. Should the board grant reinstatement, she has said ultimately that she will comply with all the board's terms and conditions. She wants to work for a practice given the shortage of PTs, it's very much needed. Even the option of working for Mr. Dave's clinic, he's very organized, very by the book, and she was very successful the first time around. There was no reason to suggest that she would be unsuccessful here, and he would not hold her to a different standard. She's worked very hard to prove that she's rehabilitated, even going through a spiritual journey, which is not part of the application process. She's ready, she's knowledgeable, and she's enthusiastic to go back into physical therapy. Ultimately, getting back to physical therapy is her passion, but this is a way she said that she's wanted to honor her parents, who were always very proud of her as being a physical therapist. Yes, she wants to be financially stable, because nobody, especially knowing Ms. Dave's background, who instead of working for someone, she built her own clinic. She doesn't want to depend on anyone, and as a woman myself, I would not want to depend on anyone. And it's honorable that she wants to build her career, and ultimately they say the key to happiness is finding something that you love and find a way to get paid for it. Ultimately, this is what she's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heredia. All right, Mr. Lent, any closing remarks?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The petitioner does have the burden of proving her entitlement to reinstatement of licensure, and she must do so by clear and convincing evidence. Courts have defined clear and convincing evidence as evidence which is so clear as to leave no substantial doubt and is sufficiently strong to command the unhastingly assent of every reasonable mind. A person seeking reinstatement of a surrendered or revoked license must present strong proof of rehabilitation, and the showing of rehabilitation must be sufficient to overcome the board's former adverse determination, or in this case, 2 determinations. Mere remorse does not demonstrate rehabilitation. A truer indication of rehabilitation is sustained conduct over an extended period of time. It is concerning to the Attorney General's office that petitioner has attributed much of her prior disciplinary conduct to outside forces. In the 1980s and 90s, we hear much from family, emotional pressures and discourses. I would remind the panel that she was convicted of multiple counts of insurance fraud, which is a specific intent crime and a crime of moral turpitude that requires that type of intent. There's nothing in the record to implicate duress, persuasion, or strong-arming in any of these instances. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, again, petitioner points to more family discourse, more personal tragedy. And while these things are devastating, they do occur to all of us regardless of our professional capacities. Yet we are still held to the same standard of care for our patients, for our clients. The issue that we see is a pattern of documentary and administrative departures from the standard of care that start in the 1990s and continue until the 2000s. A failure to document properly PT aids, a failure to document diagnoses of patients, a failure to document who did what treatments on what patients, documentation errors, and intentional insurance frauds by billing what should not be billed over a period of years for multiple patients. What we do not hear from petitioner is sufficient reflection and insight as to the nature of these specific acts. What we hear more for is outside influences that attributed to poor decision making. This is not to say that such outside forces will not occur in the future. We look to how she will deal with these in the future if they do occur. And that is of concern to the AG's office, especially when weighing patient care as a primary concern. Therefore, if the board is so inclined to grant the petitioner's request for reinstatement of her license, it's the Attorney General's position to strongly urge this board to impose a probationary license if one will be given. We also ask that terms and conditions be imposed on that probationary license to ensure public safety, given the lengthy transgressions of documentary and administrative departures to ensure safety. Those would include a practice monitor specifically for documentary and billing purposes, prohibiting petitioner from practicing as a solo practitioner so that she is supervised, and limit her supervision of mid-levels such as PT aides until such time as appropriate. Any other terms the board deems necessary and reasonable given these circumstances would also be welcomed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lind. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, today. I know we went a little bit longer than maybe some of you anticipated, but I always think that it's when we're making important, substantial decisions, it's important that we give sufficient time. So thank you very much for bearing with all of us. At this time, the record is closed. Matter is submitted for decision, and we can go off the record. Thank you. I'll turn it over to you, Madam President, as to how to proceed.
I didn't get the chance to tell you that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we are going to go into closed session, and we will return at 2 o'clock.
You guys have the same laptop?
No, but the same charger.
Same charger?
Thank you for returning, everyone.
Just fumbling around.
We are now reconvening. We'll pick up where we left off on item number 6. Oh, the time. The time is 2 o'clock p.m. Okay.
My name is Kim Rozakis, and I will be going over the June 2024 board meeting minutes. And then we're going to start on page 8. Okay. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11.
I just have the paragraph starting on page 119. Dr. Rabina Amen expressed her concerns that she and Ms. Ellaby are entering their grace year since there will be 2 members that will term off. I get the essence of it, but I think it just needs to maybe be restructured.
Okay.
Dr. Rabina Amen expressed her concerns that since she and Ms. Ellaby are entering their grace year, there will be 2 members that will term off at the same time, which may affect the board meeting quorum. So maybe
Thank
just
you.
adding the word since. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25.
I just have
Yes.
one on page 25, on the section starting at 695. Dr. Brandon stated that she has concerns about this bill because some advocacy services may not always be available, whereas at least making the, and then put medical providers, the first line, we are reaching out, and then the rest is the same.
Thank you. Okay, page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30.
I have a question.
Yes.
On page 30 at line 894, is it analyst for U.S. physical therapy assistant with a T and then a S?
Yes.
Or is it assistance? What was it? It's assistance, right? Like PTA?
Yes.
Okay, so that's also in line 898. Assistant with a T and then an S.
Okay, thank you. Page 31. Page 32. And page 33.
I move to adopt the minutes as edited.
I second it.
Tanya McMillian.
Aye.
Dale Armstrong. Dale Armstrong is absent. Karen Brandon.
Aye.
Katarina Ellaby. Katarina Ellaby is absent. Sam Q.
Aye.
Alicia Benayamen.
Aye.
4-0, motion carried.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to commend you on some really good minutes.
Oh, I've been getting a lot of help.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
They're well put together. Thank you.
Thanks, Kimberly. Moving on to item number 7, the President's report. Sarah?
Well, that's you.
Yes.
But I will do the calendar.
Thank you.
So 2024 is, if there's no issues with December, then we can move on to 2025, if that's okay with everyone.
I think it's not really a big deal, but we do have the March meeting that we canceled on the calendar, and I'm just wondering, maybe at the bottom under March, if we want to make a note of that, just to capture that we actually didn't have a meeting in March.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are we ready to move to 2025? Okay. So if you all can just look over the calendar, look at the meeting dates, make sure they're working for you. I do have something for September, but if any members have anything for March or June, let me know.
I have a conflict. Sorry, Michael Canotes, legal counsel. I have another board meeting that is on the 20th and 21st.
And that's for which meeting? I'm sorry, what month?
For March.
For March.
Now, if I have conflicting board meetings, there's always the possibility of getting you, we would get you alternate counsel, or we would get the other client alternate counsel, but it's always preferable to not.
I agree.
I don't have any conflicts to do the 18th and 19th.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good too for now.
Okay, so we're moving the March meeting to the 18th and 19th. Okay.
I want to acknowledge it. It just, it's comforting to hear that the board members present are saying that it looks good to them, because we're at the bare minimum for a quorum right now.
Thank you for mentioning that. We will send out a poll as it gets closer with even the members that have confirmed here today, but also the members that are not present. So we will make sure we have that. And this calendar has not yet been adopted, so we will revisit it in December, and that's when the board can adopt it. Even when it's adopted, we can make changes if needed, but.
So are we at a total of 4 for 2025? Or 3 meetings?
Right now, we have 4 meetings scheduled. Yeah.
And for some reason, I could just have it documented incorrectly on my end, but I have our September meeting for the 18th and 19th, but I notice on the calendar it says 17th and 18th.
And I have another meeting on the 18th and 19th.
Okay.
It's the same conflicts as last year.
Okay.
I don't know if our executive officer might want to discuss that situation with Mr. Franzella from the Board of Accountancy, but I'm
okay.
in the middle here.
Before we move on to September, do we have anything for June? That's okay. I just want to make sure that I don't miss that one. June's okay for now. We'll leave the June meeting at the June 26th and 27th. It's a Thursday, Friday. And it's currently scheduled for Sacramento. All right, so on to September. Staff actually had a recommendation to potentially move that date, although it does not help with the situation with council. The CPTA meeting is typically in September. We're actually attending the meeting this weekend. And would like to propose to the board consider scheduling the meeting to line up with the conference. So staff just travels one time. It's in Southern California for 2025 CPTA meetings in Palm Springs. And we could potentially, go ahead, did you have?
Oh, I was
just going to say, if there's a possibility it would be at Longwood University as we discussed the last board meeting. It's just down the street.
So that's what I wanted to check in with you about, if that's, because I know you weren't sure about scheduling, if September would work for Loma Linda. But if it did, it would line up well with the CPTA meeting being in Palm Springs. And then we'd have to talk about dates. You know, we could even, if we did that, we could do it after and do it Monday, Tuesday, but I don't know how the members feel about that.
It's fine with me.
If we did the September meeting, let's say Tuesday, Wednesday, that gives board staff Thursday, Friday to get to the conference? Is that what it is?
No, the conference is over the weekend. It's Saturday, Sunday, and so we could travel Friday, go Saturday, Sunday, and then we could have the Monday, or have the meeting Monday, Tuesday. It just avoids staff having to go back and forth within.
Yep. Let's see.
A
That
day
also
or so.
gets us off my conflict too.
Yep.
That works. So 22nd, 23rd.
Or even potentially, if needed, a 23rd, 24th. There isn't a day in between. I mean, I think it'd be good to have it immediately after the Monday and Tuesday, so we don't have an extra day, but that it's a possibility too, depending on what all of your availability is.
I could do the following week early.
Do you want to pencil it in for the 22nd and 23rd of September? And then we can reach out to the other members and see, and then look at it in December to confirm?
Yeah, I have a feeling that board staff might need a day in between. Do you? To get to your new venue and set up and what have you?
Yeah.
If the conference typically ends in the afternoon, I don't know, can I get some input, please? Our outreach coordinator is coming up.
So you said like the 23rd and 24th? Yeah.
Hello, April Beauchamp, the Communication Education Liaison. Yeah, usually the second day of the conference, it usually ends about like 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So if we could set up the night before, we would just go straight there. Like Dr. Brandon said, it's just down the street. So.
Okay. Thank you, April.
Thank you.
Well, for what it's worth, the 23rd and 24th works better than the 22nd and the 23rd, but I can do both.
For now, I could block off
The whole
all
3 days?
3 days,
Yeah.
and then we can poll the other members as well.
Perfect.
And then, again, bring it back in December. And then also, Dr. Brandon, what works for Loma Linda, too.
Okay.
I don't have anything else, so December is, are there any concerns with December? That's scheduled in Sacramento, the 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
It's another Thursday, Friday.
Works for me.
Okay. So we will update the calendar and bring this back in December.
Yeah, I think maybe when we update the calendar just for the minutes, fixing the date and location for the CPTA meeting.
Yeah.
And I know the PTA and PT and PTE dates are already set. I don't know if you want to add those, but that's just small fries.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll make those updates.
Okay. All right.
And just to make note of, this is all dependent too on if our ability to travel, if anything changes budget-wise or, you know, with travel restrictions, I mean, we may have to adjust and have, you know, teleconference meetings or meetings in Sacramento. We'll have to look at that. I do want to share that we have been working with DCA Office of Public Affairs on the WebEx in a Box technology. And even though we don't use the WebEx setup, we have the technology to make that work. And we actually had 2 boards utilize some of our equipment to host WebEx meetings on the road. And it was, all the equipment was functional and it was very successful. So we have everything we need to make that happen, and we can pivot if needed. So staff is very confident in that.
Was one of those physician assisted?
I don't remember. I know it was osteopathic medical board and
I think I was present.
occupational therapy, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they were very appreciative of the assistance, so.
Are we good?
I think so.
We can take some public comment.
Okay. Any public comment?
Good afternoon, Tamika Island with the California Physical Therapy Association. In reviewing your proposed 2025 calendar, the December 2025 meeting, December 5th, I believe. Apparently, I've lost my place for a moment, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's, here we are, slated for December 4 and 5, 2025. The CPTA does have its own Board of Directors meeting on December 5th, so I wanted to advise you of that. I know we are often provided an opportunity to provide professional organization updates, so unfortunately, we would not be able to provide those on December 5th because of that conflicting meeting, so I just wanted to give you that heads up. And then I also have a follow-up question, just for clarity purposes. Is it the intent of this board to consider moving its September 2025 meeting a week out from your proposed dates, if those dates work? Is that, I couldn't quite hear in the back of the room, is that the intention?
Yes, so the proposal is to move the September meeting to the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 of those 3 days.
I'm sorry, September 22 through 24?
Yes.
Of 2025,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out on that. We appreciate your consideration for accommodating us, because we would also appreciate being able to attend your September meeting, and if those dates remain in that week of, I believe, the September 15th, we would be unable to, because those dates fall on our travel dates to Palm Springs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment? I'm hearing none. Moving on to item number 8, the Assistant Executive Officer's Report.
Thank you. All right, I will just start with each program identified. So I'll start with Executive Services. I don't have a lot there. Ms. Arneson and Ms. Beauchamps will cover legislation, rulemaking, and outreach under that program update. I do just want to highlight the continued efforts to assist military service members and their families, including outreach events and prioritized application and license maintenance services. Each will be addressed later in the meeting by Ms. Beauchamps and Ms. Kearney. So just that continued outreach to military service members and their families. On to administrative services. I'll start with personnel. Without taking too much away from the program reports, I want to provide an update on staffing since the June meeting. At the June meeting, we had 3 vacancies. We had a licensing lead, a continuing competency analyst, and an administrative services file clerk. We have since filled 2 of those positions, the licensing lead and the admin file clerk. The continuing competency analyst position is still vacant. In addition, we have 3 new vacancies. We have the administrative services lead, consumer protection services lead, and a licensing services applications analyst. And I'll go a little bit more in detail, and then they'll be covered also in the program reports. But the administrative services lead was Alicia Hernandez, and she accepted a position with the Vet Med Board, and we're sad to see her go, but we are very happy for her new opportunity there. And then the same thing with our consumer protection services lead, Christy Libramento, accepted position at the Osteopathic Medical Board, led by PTBC alum Erica Calderon. So again, we're sad to see Christy go, but we're happy for her new opportunity there as well. And then the licensing application analyst, Paul Rowe, he actually accepted the lead position in the unit. So congratulations to him and us. We got to keep him. But we currently have 4 vacancies that we are actively recruiting for and trying to get filled as soon as possible. This is not typical for the board. And I'm going to go into some things in the budget that might explain why this is happening right now, at least a contributing factor to this.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
At
please.
the last meeting, there was some discussion about a sweep or a hiring freeze or, not being able to fill certain positions. Does that affect us at all?
And that's what I'm going to cover that next. Yeah, so with that, I will go into budget. And we recently had budget letter 2420 that came out on July 29th, and that has to do with the vacancies. So part of the governor's budget reduction plan included cost savings by eliminating 100,000 vacant state positions effective fiscal year 24-25 and ongoing with the positions being eliminated in 25-26. While the PTPC is special funded, which means we operate solely on self-generated revenue, receiving no monies from the general fund. It, along with all DCA and the boards and bureaus it serves, are required to participate in this drill. Based on a shared total cost identified for DCA, the PTPC's identified vacancy elimination target was 2 positions, if the vacancies existed. At the time staff was asked to identify its vacancies for elimination and cost savings, the PTPC did not have any vacancies. So we may have had vacancies, but we were in the process of hiring to fill those positions, so it included those as well. Therefore, the PTPC did not lose any positions for now. This could change if they come back and ask the board to reassess or the situation, but for now, we did not have to give up any vacancies as part of this. But it can, with the scrutiny on the budget and staffing, it can make it a little bit harder to fill the positions. Right now, we're not experiencing that, but that could happen. So just want the board to be aware. Typically, the PTPC has had a very low turnover rate, and it does not rely on vacancies for salary savings. So the board doesn't have positions that we don't fill to use that money elsewhere. We need all of the resources that we have, and we put them to good use. So this vacancy sweep is causing a major push for hiring and increased employment opportunities. Agencies are trying to avoid losing positions or potentially losing more positions than they already have in the future. So we've lost some of our staff to other opportunities, other boards, because other boards are trying to fill out their vacancies. Any questions on that? Okay, I'll go into the next item. The next item I want to cover is Budget Letter 2424, which came out August 16th, 2024, and that's an 8% budget reduction. The PTPC was expected to reduce non-exclusionary spending by 8%. DCA's assessment of the PTPC's budget identified about $325,000 as non-exclusionary, so our reduction ended up being $26,000. So we were asked to give up $26,000 after DCA had identified costs that we couldn't give up. Their staffing or their enforcement costs, or there's things that are just like the board can't not use it for consumer protection. It's part of the mandate. So the $26,000 is less than 1% of the board's budget. A majority of PTPC's budget is considered essential services or mission critical. Aside from staffing and overhead costs, as a consumer protection agency, these costs include things like enforcement program, including complaint investigations and attorney general costs, as well as licensing. As you will see later in the budget report, staff was able to identify $26,000 cost savings without significant impact to the budget and operations. The PTPC typically reverts or puts back into the PTP's fund more than that at the end of each fiscal year. In addition, this year, the PTP saw additional cost savings opportunities. A credit card service fee that the board used to cover the cost of is actually now the responsibility of the licensees. There's fewer reasonable accommodations payments for the exam, because switching to the JAM, on the at-home administration, if an applicant needed an accommodation for exams with the old version of the law exam, they would need it for both the national exam and the law exam. But with the new JAM administration at home online, the accommodation's only necessary for the national exam, typically, for what we've seen. Also, the license population continues to grow, and with that, so does the revenue. And looking to the future, also part of the strategic plan, assessing a fee for approval agencies to fund the CC program. So while we did have to reduce the budget as part of this overall state requirement, as of right now, it's been, the impact hasn't been too significant.
Can you help me understand the reduction in budget? So we were asked to reduce the budget and we did it, and so that wasn't to necessarily loan that money out or anything, it was just to reduce the budget?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this time they're not being asked to put the money elsewhere. They just asked for a reduction in everyone's budget for DCA and all the boards.
So reduction in expenditures?
Yes.
So we still have the money?
No.
We don't?
So it would be, yeah, we'd have to not spend that money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, but that wouldn't affect the revenues. The board would still be getting all the revenues from licensing fees and other matters. It's just the expenditure authority.
Mm-hmm.
And did you say it's $26,000?
It's the encumbrance.
Yes.
Basically, let's say I'm encumbering you $8 million. That's your spending authority, and that got cut.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever revenue you're collecting is still whatever revenue. But I have a follow-up piggyback question, I guess, is that when can they take money from you? Meaning that, at the year end, do they ask you guys for more transfers for the savings that we have, or for, the reserve that we have?
That's not been discussed now.
Okay.
Our budget manager's here, if she would like to come up. I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Hi, Liz Constancio with Administrative Services Unit, Budget Manager. With the reductions, it just falls in line with the budget letter. So there's a series of reductions that they're trying to do, like travel reductions, the expenditure reductions, and one of the, like Sarah was talking about, the position authority reductions. DCA is working with us really hard on trying to not have the reductions hit us where we need resources that are mission critical. So again, like Sarah was talking about, the reductions that come to play, we still have the authority, but when you're doing sweeps and going through budget letters, you have to address the target number. So like the $26,000, we have to say, where are you going to save in the $26,000? And then we're telling them, this is what we can do as far as cost savings, or you can take this money in this area. In the board's case, leadership was really savvy and thinking in terms of ways we could do that, and how they came up with that was passing on the licensing the credit card fees onto the licensees. And so that was something that, we typically spend about $90,000 a year that comes out of the board money. We pay for those fees. And so now that we won't be doing that anymore, that's going to be a significant savings. So just things like that, just being creative and trying to come up with ways where we can come up with those reductions and show that we do have a savings and not necessarily take from the other program areas where we need them.
And Mr. Q, Michael Kenotes, legal counsel. This is almost, you had another really good question in there, and I think you got about half of it addressed. But this is really about the state budget process in general. And I previously worked on the budget for about 4 years, so I can give you a little bit more detail, which is whenever we face a budget crisis, there can be a number of measures that the legislature implements, but those are all implemented as part of the Budget Act. And so the only time we would have those kind of position sweeps are based on specific authority in the budget bill. And the only way that could change going forward, at least until the end of the fiscal year, is if they call a special session because we have some sort of new budgetary crisis. So unless that happens, we can bank on nothing like that happening between now and the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. When they do take money, they didn't do that this time. They did, I think, the last time around. How that functions is a temporary loan from the special funds, and they take it from special funds all over the state. And they make these little loans everywhere, and they make the loans to the general fund, and then the general fund has to pay it back with interest.
Got it, okay. That's great.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? No. Okay. Then I'll keep going. I just want to touch a little bit on, because I mentioned reversion. So enforcement costs contribute to about 60% of the money that we revert, which is money not spent out of the budget. It's actually saved and goes back to the fund. This is demonstrative of the staff's accounting priority, which is the enforcement's budget. It stays the enforcement's budget. There's no line item adjustments for enforcement, because should there be an increase in complaints or a case that requires significant investigative and/or AG resources, the money needs to be there. In addition, the Consumer Protection Services program continues to find ways to increase efficiency and use enforcement tools that keep the costs down, such as closely monitoring expert review and DFI hours. So you'll see more about that in the budget report later on. And then we just want to thank the DCA Budget Office for their efforts during this time and working on those budget letters. They've helped significantly mitigate the fiscal impact to the PTBC's budget. So we really appreciate their work. All right, on to travel. Like I mentioned, there are no official travel restrictions given the state's current fiscal environment. Like personnel travel may be scrutinized more closely. With that being said, the majority of PTBC's travel is outreach, whether it is staff at specific events, such as those for military service members and their families, or holding board meetings at schools to reach the PT and PTA students. This is in line with DCA's priority. So DCA has made outreach a priority as well for the department. This has allowed PTBC to coordinate its efforts with DCA to have a greater DCA and consumer protection presence and extend our reach, including soon to high school students in the near future. So yes, that will be happening. And then, like we discussed earlier, the staff will be attending the CPTA conference this weekend in San Francisco. All right, and that's it for admin. Is there anything else before I move on to licensing? All right, for licensing, July 1st, the Cal Jam went live, so that is the at-home administration of the board's jurisprudence exam. Staff has received positive feedback, except for applicants that were not expecting to be made eligible so quickly, and they weren't quite ready to sit for the exam. Otherwise, very good feedback. For the first 2 months, July and August of this year, there were over 1,000 PT and PT applicants who took the Cal Jam. And the pass rate is currently 99%. So, yeah, so they're very excited about that.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When someone registers to take the Cal Jam, do they have a time period that they have to take it within?
They have to take it within 48 hours, yes.
So register when you're ready to take it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then the next item I have is the occupational analysis for the national and law exams. August 23rd, 2024, staff sent a recruitment notice via listserv and posted to social media and the website for subject matter experts to assist DCA's Office of Professional Exam Services with the occupational analysis. We've received about 140 licensees that expressed interest in which exceeded our expectation. Licensees have been selected for the initial interviews, and if not already, will be contacted soon by OPES. One of the reasons we think that we received so much interest in serving beyond, in serving beyond just the interest in serving, is that the application was easy. It was an electronic form that was easy to complete on any device. This aligned with the board's strategic plan goal 4.3, assessing technology needs and identifying the optimal and most feasible solution, which was done here with software programs we already have. And we look forward to continuing this effort across all programs. And a shout out to Mr. Azar for all of his work in this area, and you'll see that come up throughout the reports. All right, I'll move on to consumer protection. Most of that will come in under the program report, but I just want to mention that recently, Ms. Carol Phelps, the manager of the Consumer Protection Services Program, organized 2 trainings, one for the DCA DFI investigators and one for PTBC expert consultants, and some PTBC staff attended as well. These are a significant milestone for CPS, and Carol will provide you more details on that tomorrow. We truly appreciate her, Mr. John Gatchett, the PTBC AG or Attorney General Liaison, who delivered the trainings, and those who attended the trainings for taking the time to participate. And last but not least, the strategic plan. Fresh off the press. You all have hard copies. It's also in the meeting materials. The 2024-2029 PTBC strategic plan is included in the materials. Staff is excited to have this direction, and we've already started to work on it. Thank you to DCA Solid, Sarah Irani, and Ann Fisher for facilitating the strategic plan development and putting the plan together, as well as the DCA Office of Publication Editing and Design for the design, and for Ms. Beauchamps for coordinating all of these efforts. We are continuing to work with Solid and have scheduled a meeting to develop the formal action plan to achieve the board's goals. Staff intends for the action plan to be a living document to track our progress throughout the next 5 years, and we look forward to sharing this progress with you, the board, and stakeholders. Some of the things that we've already started working on, like I mentioned, the technology. We are exploring existing technology that we have to improve overall business processes and performance, such as the subject matter expert application. And not only does that help with business processes, but our strategic plan goal 4.2, increasing communication. Some of the workflow improvements that have already been made helps increase communication amongst, internally with staff as well as stakeholders. And then also strategic plan goal 2.3, looking at the exam format, that JAM has been implemented July 1. So. And that is all I have.
This booklet is concise and visually appealing. Yes, and I'm wondering where we got the artwork.
That is from DCA Publications Editing and Design, so DCA.
Nice.
Yeah.
Any comments from board members? Any public comment? Hearing none.
I'm sorry?
Moving on to item number 9, executive services update.
Just adjusting here. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Really nice.
All right, so I'll be presenting the legislation report. So we are approaching the end of the 2-year legislative session. There were 9 bills that remained on our watch list going into the final part of session. Of those 9 bills, 5 died and 4 passed out of both houses and went to the governor for his consideration. The governor does have until September 30th to sign or veto bills, and then those bills will go into effect January 1st, 2025, unless they have an urgency clause. The legislative summary for the session begins on page 54 of the meeting materials. There's quite a bit of movement for the bill since the meeting materials went out, so I'll go through each bill and provide a brief update on its status. AB 796, athletic trainers. This bill was amended on June 25th and is now a title protection bill. This bill was presented to the governor on September 3rd. AB 796, with its recent amendments, prohibits a person from identifying themselves to others as an athletic trainer or from using titles such as certified athletic trainer, licensed athletic trainer, or registered athletic trainer, or other terms to imply or suggest that the person is an athletic trainer unless they have met the prescribed requirements, including that the person is certified by the Board of Certification for the Athletic Trainers. So again, it's a title protection bill now since the last time we saw it at the last board meeting. And again, the governor has until the 30th to take action on that bill. The next bill on the list is AB 814, Veterinary Medicine Animal Rehabilitation. This bill did not pass out of the Senate Business and Professions Committee and is now dead. This bill would have authorized a licensed PT who meets requirements by the Veterinary Medical Board to provide animal rehabilitation to an animal patient if certain requirements are met. The next bill I'll be discussing is AB 2289, Vehicles, Parking Placards, and Special License Plates for Disabled Veterans and Persons with Disabilities. This bill is also dead as it was held in the Senate Appropriations Committee. This bill would have authorized a licensed PT to certify a person's disability for purposes of applying to the DMV for issuance of a disability placard, license plate, or temporary disability placard. Significant fiscal was identified by the DMV, and there were quite a few concerns from the DMV regarding IT implementation challenges with their existing IT. They're in the middle of doing a multi-year IT improvement modernization project. So I think that was one of their main challenges with implementing this bill. The next bill on the list is AB 2725, Teacher Credentialing, Physical Therapy, and this bill was presented to the governor on August 31st. This bill would create a pathway for a school-based occupational therapist or a school-based physical therapist to obtain a credential that would allow them to pursue administrative and leadership positions in schools. The board did take a support position on this bill at the June board meeting, and we did include a copy of that support letter. I think it's on page 57 of the meeting materials. The next bill is AB 1991, Licensee and Registrant Records. This bill was presented to the governor on September 3rd. This bill would require a licensee or applicant who electronically renews their license or application to provide their individual national provider identified number if they have one at the time of renewal or registration. An NPI identifier is a unique 10-digit identification number that is used to identify providers in electronic transactions. The author of this bill stated that the access to the NPI information would assist state policymakers in their goals to increase diversity in the healthcare workforce by providing a structured and comprehensive way to track and analyze demographic data about healthcare providers. So by linking the NPI numbers to provider-specific information, policymakers can more easily identify trends and gaps in provider representation across different regions and specialties. Currently, this information is not required, however, it is part of the HCI survey at the time of online application and renewal. If this bill passes, it is our understanding that DCA's Office of Information Services will be making any changes to the HCI survey mandated by the provisions on the bill on behalf of all the boards and bureaus within DCA. The next bill on the list is AB 2269, Board Membership Qualifications, Public Members. This bill was held in the Senate Business and Professions Committee and is dead. There were some suggested amendments and policy implementation concerns identified by the committee to be addressed with this bill. It would have revised requirements for public members of any board within DCA related to business relationships with the licensee of that board. AB 2862, DCA, African American Applicants. This bill was held in the Senate B&P Committee and is dead. This bill would have required boards to prioritize African American applicants seeking licensure, especially applicants who are descended from a person enslaved in the United States. The next bill is AB 3127, Reporting of Crimes, Mandated Reporting. This bill is also dead as it was held in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The board did take up an opposition position at the June meeting, and a copy of that opposition letter is on page 59 of the meeting materials. This bill would have narrowed the circumstances in which a health practitioner must make a report to law enforcement because they suspect a patient has suffered physical injury that was caused by assaultive or abusive conduct. A significant fiscal was identified for this bill, possibly in the hundreds of thousands to local public health departments, local government agencies, and clinics and other types of facilities. In addition, training and policy updates could be required, which would be an increase in the fiscal as well, which is one of the reasons why it was probably held. And this bill, just kind of going back, is similar to AB 1028, which was which was in session in 2023, and AB 2790, which was in 2022, both which were also held in the Senate Appropriations Committee. And the last bill on the list is SB 1067, Healing Arts, Expedited Licensure Process, Medically Underserved Population. And this bill was presented to the governor on September 10th. This bill would require specific boards within DCA to expedite applications applicants who will be serving in medically underserved areas or underserved populations. It does pertain to only a handful of boards in DCA, and PTBC is not included in those lists, so it is not applicable to us. And that concludes my legislative report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brooke. My question has to do with the beginning of your report, where you gave some graphs on deadline comparison for the last 3 years, and then also the second graph table where there's a 2020 to 2024 fiscal proportion comparison.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like more bills are being declined. Is that what it is?
I don't think it's more bills are being declined. There's just a greater number of bills, and so it looks that way.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of reflective on it's as far as the amount of fiscal bills as compared to the number that are not. It's all comparative for the last 3 legislative sessions.
Okay. Thank you.
Any comments from the board? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. We will, thank you, Brooke. Moving on to item, where am I at? B. Nine B.
So for rulemaking, there really isn't too much of an update. Right now, we just have continuing competency on the calendar, and we are internally making progress towards towards developing rulemaking, but we just don't have anything for the board yet. Give me 1 second here. So we have been looking at the program structure of continuing competency, and we are working on collecting workload data. As we've discussed in the past, it's been a little challenging with the vacancy we have. We are continuing to work to fill that, but we are making progress and towards being able to prevent use some language. Part of the struggle is we are looking at that fee, the approval agency fee. To propose that, we have to have the workload data to support the fee that we propose, and that's what we need to get. That's the first step, and so we need to get that and then we can move forward. So part of the considerations with continuing competency, it is a paper-based program, so it is something that's not online yet. We do use email, but so we need to look at that process and how that could change. We're getting closer, but still working on it. Resources and then prioritization. I know it's been a couple years, but during COVID, those resources were redirected. So we're still kind of recovering from that time. But we continue to move forward, and it's in the board strategic plan now, so we're able to really focus our energy and resources on that now. Any specific questions on that one?
Questions, comments from the board? Public, any comments, questions from public? Okay, moving on to item 9C, communications and education update.
Hello. My name is April Beauchamp. I'm the Communication and Education Liaison, and today I will be presenting the outreach report. So for the website, in fiscal year 2023-24, quarter 4, the PTBC had 66,228 web hits through its website page tabs, and that resulted in a 4% decrease from last fiscal year, quarter 4. The number of web hits, you'll notice if you look at prior quarters, it looks a lot smaller. It's not. The reason for that is we have a new way of gathering the data now. Our old way, they discontinued it, so we couldn't access it that way anymore. But what it does do is now it gives us a more in-depth view of the actual stats. So, for example, the other way it would show us whenever anybody went into that tab from any avenue. This new way, it shows us specific ways they got through it. So let's say if someone went into the newsletter and they wanted to click on, like, go to licensees, and they click on a link in the newsletter, the new way of collecting data now shows us that, whereas before it would just all be under, like, licensees. So that's why the numbers look a little different. So we're still working on that new software and figuring that all out, but it is nice because it does give us a more in-depth look at how the tabs are actually being accessed. Year to date, the PTBC had 554,233 web hits through its web page tabs, resulting in a 15% increase over last fiscal year. And then to social media, for Facebook, the PTBC received 23 likes this fiscal year, quarter 4. In comparison to last fiscal year, quarter 4, there was a 1% increase in page visits and a 7% increase in page reach. Year to date, the PTBC had 9,985 page reach impressions, 4,825 page visits, and 125 new followers. Compared to last fiscal year, the PTBC has increased its Facebook following by 3%. And then for Instagram, this past fiscal year, quarter 4, the PTBC had a 47% increase in page reach, a 183% increase in profile visits, and year to date, the PTBC had 2,018 page reach impressions, 952 profile visits, and then compared to last fiscal year as a whole, the PTBC has increased its Instagram following by 18%. And then for TikTok, when looking at the TikTok stats for fiscal year 23-24 quarter 4, the PTBC had 2,854 new video views or impressions, resulting in a 1,968% increase. TikTok also had 55 new followers and 19 new likes. Year to date, the PTBC had 15,075 page reach impressions, 72 likes, and 130 new followers. So the TikTok numbers look extremely high, like the percentages. That's really just because last fiscal year we posted only 3 videos, as opposed to this fiscal year we posted 23. So the numbers, that's why they look like that. Compared to last fiscal year, the PTBC increased its TikTok following by 311%. When looking at X stats for fiscal year 23-24, the PTBC had a decrease of people reached by 1% and a 41% decrease of page engagements compared to last fiscal year, quarter 4. Twitter also had 0 new followers this quarter, and then year to date, PTBC had 6,197 page reach impressions, 119 engagements, and 13 new followers for the whole fiscal year. Compared to last fiscal year, though, the PTBC increased its X following by 1%. And then LinkedIn had 2,408 page reach impressions, resulting in a 185% increase compared to last fiscal year, quarter 4. LinkedIn also had 55 page visits, which resulted in a 31% decrease compared to last fiscal year, quarter 4, as well as 45 engagements, which resulted in a 1,025% increase compared to last fiscal year, quarter 4. Year to date, the PTBC had 9,362 page reach impressions, 525 page visits, and 163 new engagements. And then compared to last fiscal year, the PTBC increased its LinkedIn following by 25%. And then for outreach workshops and webinars during fiscal year 23-24, quarter 4, the PTBC provided 5 virtual outreach workshops to 5 PT and PTA programs. For fiscal year 23-24, the PTBC conducted 30 school program outreach workshops in total, which resulted in a 30% increase compared to last fiscal year. As of recently, the PTBC has also attended 2 military outreach resource fairs, which we'll talk about when the next meeting, because it'll be relevant to that quarter. But one of them was for the Navy Metro in San Diego area on August 28th and Fort Irwin on September 4th. And this was our second time being invited back to Fort Irwin, so I wanted to say thank you to Paul Rowe from, he's the Applications and Licensing Lead Analyst. He went and attended those on PTBC's behalf. And then we also will be attending the CPTA conference this weekend. And that it concludes my outreach report. Do any members have any questions?
April, so the new, I'm looking at the website activity.
Yes.
So the new system, though, these numbers would be considered more accurate than in the past, because now this is intentional, these numbers.
Yes.
Is based on the intent.
Yes.
Of the person who's.
Yes, exactly.
I like it.
And it's interesting too, because it won't really reflect it in all the materials, because if we did, they would be like 20 pages long. Yeah. But you can really like look in and see how certain tabs are being accessed, like what avenues they're being accessed through the most, which helps us too, because it lets me know, like, okay, are they getting it from our social media platforms? Are they going directly to the website? So it also helps with like what's working as far as getting that information out there to the stakeholders.
That's good. Any comments, questions from the board? Any public?
Sorry. I was just looking at the, do you have an explanation? I'm looking at is Instagram that increased by 183 in terms of its profile visits. Did you do something different on your Instagram, or like?
No,
is it just
it could just be what was posted. We got a lot of stuff on like the Cal Jam. Everybody's excited about that. So I mean, depending on what the information is, sometimes people engage more, and that's all it. For Instagram, we post the same amount of time. TikTok, it's kind of new. It was new last fiscal year when we introduced it and came out with it. So I mean, we can look at it like, the number of videos comparison to see the differences. But for the other platforms, it really just depends on the information and how people respond to it.
Have you gotten an opportunity to go to any new schools in this last quarter?
Yes, in February, we visited College of the Desert, and they're like brand new. So yes, we did do a presentation for them, and we're working on getting some of the new ones. We had a couple PTA programs, new ones that have popped up. So I believe Bakersfield is one of them, and so we're working on it. Still trying to reach every single one, every cohort.
Any further comments from the board?
I'd like to share that I was just notified recently that DCA had the Office of Data and Innovation review the board's website, and I don't have the specific details, but they said they had very positive feedback about the website. So I want to recognize Ms. Beauchamps and Mr. Azar for their hard work on the website. It's definitely reaching beyond the board, DCA, and now other state agencies as well. So
thank you.
It's awesome.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Any public comment? Hearing none. Thank you,
Thank you.
April. Thank you, Vincent. Okay. I lost my agenda. Okay. Moving on. Thank you. Moving on to item number 10, public comment on items not on the agenda. Yes, yeah. So we will recess now, but we will go into closed session, board members, and see you all tomorrow. And recess time is